Well, this is quite the showing. What is that your announcements for tonight? Please don't.
Honey, let me. Getting there. Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Chandler City Council, December 11th. Thank you all for being here. This is Democracy in Action, and we're glad whether you are. So next is I am going to ask that when speakers come up or others, let's refrain from audience members in reacting. No large signs at those times, and let's make sure that we and you are able to hear people accordingly, and we are respecting people whether we agree with their position or not. All right? Thank you, everybody. So with that, thank you for being here. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mayor Hartke,
Here.
Vice Mayor Ellis,
Here.
Councilmember Encinas,
Here.
Councilmember Poston,
Here.
Councilmember Orlando,
Here.
Councilmember Harris,
Here.
Councilmember Hawkins.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Our Pledge of Allegiance tonight, our invocation is going to be brought by a friend of the city's, Pastor Jimmy Thomas from the International Assembly of God in Chandler, and our Pledge of Allegiance by Vice Mayor Christine Ellis. Pastor.
Greetings to you, Honorable Mayor Kevin Hutke, the council members, and all those who are gathered here in the matchless name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Let us pray. Lord, we pray Chandler grows in strength, endurance, and have the economic growth, prosperity, and peace for its citizens. I thank and praise God for the vision and commitment that He gives to the leaders. I thank and praise God for the Honorable Mayor and all the council members as they seek divine wisdom. Lord, we come to your throne of grace and mercy, as this is a season reminding us of the miraculous birth of our Lord. May we all see the miracles of life every day. Just as the wise men came seeking for wisdom, seeking to have an encounter with the Lord, in the same way, I thank and praise God for our leaders, our able leaders who come to your throne of grace and mercy. We pray, Lord, that every decision that's taken, every plans that's made, are anointed by your Holy Spirit. We pray that you continue to direct your esteemed leaders to make this city a city of hope and light. Psalms 25, David says like this, show me your ways, O Lord. Teach me your paths. Lead me in your truth. As King David prayed, we pray too. Show us, God. Teach us, Lord. Lead us. Holy Spirit, we ask of you to give us knowledge, understanding, wisdom to serve your people. We look to you, Master, our helper, protector, counselor. In our Lord Jesus' name, we ask and pray. And everybody says, Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Pastor. We do have one scheduled public appearance. I'd like to invite Councilmember Orlando to come join me up front.
No proclamation. No tonight. No tonight.
Council members are always afraid I'm going to give them a proclamation with 10-syllable words to read. No proclamations tonight. We do have a recognition. This is the Digital Cities Award. If Team Chandler involved in the Digital Cities Award can come on up. I'm excited to share that the City of Chandler has been recognized as a Digital Cities Award winner for our work in technology, innovation, data-driven operations, and providing inclusive tech-enabled service delivery. This recognition reflects Team Chandler's dedication to making the City of Chandler a more connected, secure, and inclusive place to live, work, and play. So welcome. And Kirsten, why don't you introduce your team and then share some things about this?
Thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Kirsten Nold. I'm the CTO here. And first of all, I'd like to introduce the group. We have our CIO, who's Sandeep Dalakia. We have Brad Thomas, who's our CISO. We have Mitch Robinson, who's a member of our security team. We have Byron Sanchez, who's a member of our security team. Michael Padilla as well. We have Ken Kung, who's our courts administrator. Molly Mahai, who's our chief infrastructure officer. We have Krista Mikesell. She serves as an IT manager in the IT department. We have Christy Smith, who is our management services director. Jaya, I'm not going to try your last name.
Jaya Velagapudi.
Thank you. And that is why Jaya is digital services in our planning department. And then we have David De La Torre, who's also, I'm not sure your title, but he's also with our planning department. We have Keith, and Keith is with our AV and service desk. We have Adrian Zamora, who is also with our service desk, and he's the leader and manager of our service desk. There are quite a few people who are not with us tonight. Digital Cities is a national city survey award that actually looks at how cities provide and deliver technology and citizen engagement services through technology for all of you residents here in Chandler. We, the city of Chandler, prides ourselves on providing the best digital services that we can. We look for the opportunity to make sure that they add value, they enrich the things that you guys need in the community. And this year, a couple of things that we were recognized for on the emerging technology front include using digital twins, which are digital copies of the city, to lay out the plans. And our planning department did this not only with our downtown redevelopment plan, but also are working through our general plan. Our management services and HR teams, along with IT, have been really working hard to do an entire culture change for a new enterprise planning resource system that will end up being able to save a lot of money and time in the future. We are also looking at making sure privacy and data is our paramount. So our cyber team has been putting a lot of work in behind the scenes, and we have a lot of really cool things coming up in the next couple of years, and we can't wait to deliver them to you, the public. Thank you.
Let's take a photo. I'll let you try to organize us, Alexis. 2 lines. All right, I'm a back row guy. Thank you all. Good to see you again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. All right. Council, next on our agenda is the consent agenda, but we do have a reader card and comment card and a couple speaker cards on number 9 and number 10. I'm going to read the comment card on number 9, and then we will bring up Megan Craighead, followed by Monique Fuller. And we'll give, for this larger issue where I'm going to, address it, we'll give you guys each 3 minutes, the two that are speaking. For this comes later, I'm going to curtail that. But the reader card says this: regarding the Havenwood Manor development, I would ask that the City Council consider traffic mitigation measures on Basha Road around the development, and that Basha Water Tower be preserved with the development. And that is from John Vare, who lives in Chandler. All right, Megan Craighead, please come on up, and you have up to 3 minutes. State your name and where the city you live in. That will be green. When it turns yellow, please wrap up your comments. When it's red, please finish.
Okay. My name is Megan Craighead.
and I live in the Ocotillo area of Chandler in the older farm part. It would be right across from where this development is going in. Before I begin my spiel, last month at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, a traffic study was requested. Do you guys know if that was done or not?
City Attorney, was that what was presented on, or,
There, is this on item number 9?
yes?
A traffic study was not done.
It was done? Okay. So we've had neighborhood meetings about this. We had the planning and zoning meeting about this, where residents were getting up to discuss their concerns about it. As mentioned on the comment card, we have worries about the amount of traffic that this will bring to Basha Road. As many of you may know or may not know, that used to be Alma School Road. Alma School got moved and a new Alma School Road was built because this road could not handle that amount of traffic. The canal that is now a historic designation and the palm trees make turning off of that property onto Basha Road very difficult to see. So that provides a safety concern for oncoming traffic and pedestrians that use that road to get to the park that's right next door. We've brought this up over and over again. It seems as though that is of no concern to the builders. Beside that, in October, the city of Chandler had an immersive experience for the residents to come and see what the future of Chandler could look like and what the housing and the businesses could look like for us in the future, and what I think the city of Chandler hopes they look like in the future. This development that is coming is not that at all. It is a continuation of the status quo of just more and more stucco houses that are really high priced for what they are. It does not fit in with the ideals that were just shown to us as residents. I think that this is a mistake to put these houses there the way that they are. I think it's not providing anything to the city. I think it is not creating a community that we as a city need to focus on now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Monique Fuller, Councilmember Orlando.
Mayor, could city staff come forward and show those numbers that we talked about with the traffic study on the?
Hang on, Monique. So there was the conversation about that we were 8% of the capacity. Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, whatever
Okay.
that chart was.
Hang on, Monique. We'll address that first.
Oh, it is up there. So through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, I believe your question is the capacity of Basher Road. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So currently, our last traffic counts were done last year on Basher Road, and currently it is utilized at 23.5% of its capacity. And this development is expected to add another less than 2%.
This looks different from the slide we saw the other night.
Yeah, the updated numbers come from the study that was delivered. It is dated on November of this year. The previous one was from May. This one includes the volumes for both the warehouse that was previously there and the office. The previous version did not include the office numbers.
Okay, so this is less than,
Yes.
okay. And we did talk about monitoring this once the development occurred to do any traffic mitigation plans. We had a good discussion on that as well.
Yes.
So,
So we will keep our eye on this as new developments go in. We keep our eye on what that does to the surrounding roadway network.
okay. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Vice Mayor.
Oh, please. Did you mention the capacity? How much is more capacity we have for that road?
Yeah, so we have about 74% capacity is what's still available.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Welcome, Monique. You have up to 3 minutes. When the light turns yellow, please start wrap it up. Red, be done.
Okay, thank you. My name is Monique Fulmer, and I also live in the old Ocotillo part across the street from this development. And I debated coming tonight because I'm certain that this will be approved, but I needed you to know how I feel about this. And I've been to several other meetings about this, and I tried not to take this personally because I know it's not personal, it's about business. But also, I grew up in Chandler. I have lived in this area off and on throughout my entire life, and I'm very proud of Chandler. I love what Chandler has become. During my time in Chandler, I have always heard we need to honor Chandler's agricultural roots because we have very strong agricultural roots. And as a matter of fact, Snedeker Park is built where my family's feedlots used to be and our cotton gin. And I don't think that this housing development does honor Chandler's agricultural roots. Um, the builder has agreed to place a plaque honoring Eddie Basha and his contribution to Chandler, which I know is amazing. And I know that I am not qualified at all to speak for Eddie Basha, but I do have some things that I know about Eddie, having grown up in Chandler. My dad was actually grew up across the street from Mr. Basha, and my mom served with him on the Chandler School Board for several years. Sorry if I am getting emotional. Um, when my Aunt Kathy passed away as a young mom, Eddie Basha catered her funeral and refused to allow my grandparents to pay him for that. Um, During some difficult economic times, Eddie Basha helped my family personally by allowing us to use his grocery store. And so I have very fond memories of Eddie Basha. Not only personally, but in the things that he did for our city and our state. I saw him build grocery stores on the reservation and in small towns throughout Arizona where he knew that was not going to make the biggest profit. But he did it because that's the kind of man he was. So much so that when he ran for governor, many people in Arizona changed their registration so that they could vote for Mr. Basha. Um, I think that adding a neighborhood with $800,000 homes does not honor the agricultural history of Chandler or the legacy of Eddie Basha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I'm going to ask the audience to please refrain from outbursts so that we can continue this meeting. Council, I've got one more speaker card on item. No, I guess is this a speaker card? Mr. Craig Mills, did you want to say anything on item number 10, or it's on consent without comment? So, okay, very good, sir. Councilmember Orlando.
Thank you. I asked a question the other night of the applicant of the timeframing of this project. I'd like to, for the record, have the applicant come up here and tell us what the timeframing is. And as to the neighbors in that area, as you know, we've had over the last few years, we've had a history of planning, approving, and then we wait 4 or 5 years for something to happen. And I don't want that to happen to these neighbors. So what do you have for us tonight?
Yeah, through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, thank you for the question. Brennan Ray, 2325 East Camelback, here on behalf of K. Hovnanian Homes. With respect to the question, if they could build it yesterday, they would. They're under escrow, they're under contract to acquire it. One of the conditions of their closing is that they acquire building permits. So if there is a way in which those building permits can be expedited, that would be great. Up to this point, even though we have not had an official decision or determination on the zoning, they have gone at risk on preparing building plans, civil improvement plans, all of that. All to the tune of about $750,000 has been spent tying up the land, paying the consultants, getting it up to this point, and they hope to continue doing it. Presuming in the event this council chooses to approve this tonight, I know there is a subsequent second hearing that will take place, but their hope would be that they would close on the land and that dirt would start to move as early as July. And then from there, they would follow the normal construction process of horizontal improvements, and then start with the vertical improvements. Obviously, there's demolition that needs to occur on the site as well, but they are anticipating that that will hopefully take place rather quickly once they do secure that building permit and are able to close on the land.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. It's a much better answer than I appreciate that. But you forgot to add your fees into that cost. I'm sure it's a lot more than that, right?
Mayor, I have a question.
Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Mayor, thank you. I asked you that question on Monday when it comes to the historical value of that land. And there was a letter right in front of me from the Bashas family speaking of the fact that they felt that Mr. Eddie had really been well represented and well acknowledged in the state of Arizona and throughout Chandler, and that they were for this. Can you explain a little bit more for those who are here who were not there on Monday night, please?
Yeah, through the mayor, Vice Mayor Ellis, David Basha, on behalf of the Basha family, which is one of Eddie's sons, prepared a letter and asked that I submit it to the council, which I did. In the course of that letter, they recognized the longtime partnership that the city of Chandler has had with the Basha family, including Eddie's involvement, as was mentioned, on the school board with members of the Bogle family. And so he is one that is certainly very proud of the community and of everything. But as the Basha family looks at it, Eddie has been honored in lots of ways, including having a school named after him, 2 schools, Basha High School, Basha Elementary. There is Basha Road as well that is named after them. And while Eddie did a lot for people, he did not expect a lot in return, nor did he like that limelight thrusted on him. There are countless stories about Eddie contributing, making silent contributions to help families in need and all of that, because he felt it was his probably God-given right and responsibility with all that he had blessed with to be able to return that from others, and he did not seek the limelight. And so the essence of that letter says effectively that we are appreciative of the ways in which Chandler has honored the Basha family. And with respect to this particular development, they feel that they have been well represented and that are in support of this development moving forward. They likewise are in support of the monument signage that we talked about, that reflects the design of it, does reflect what we used to see on the old Basha stores with the corrugated, what I call corrugated concrete at the top and the red lettering in it. We still have copied that. So there still is considerable amount of tribute that is paid to the Basha family through some of the design elements that we have out it, without specifically calling attention to it, which is kind of how Eddie was.
Thank you, Mayor.
I believe you had personal testimony to that yourself, didn't you, from what I recall?
Yes, Mayor, that is correct.
Very good. Seeing no further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Council, there is one more card opposing item number 29, the small meter replacement. And Larissa Grubar, if you'd come up and state your name and city of residence. You have up to 3 minutes to share your thoughts. The light turns yellow. Please wrap up your comments.
Good evening. My name is Larissa Gruber. I live in Chandler, and I have been a resident here since 2000, and my family goes back here, being here in the 1800s. I am writing tonight because I oppose the issues before you. The problem with the new meter system and the proposed data center at Price and Dobson Road. These will have real and lasting consequences for the people who live here. These are not abstract policy debates, and they affect our water, our bills, our jobs, and the future of our community. Starting with the water meters, people across Chandler have every right to be concerned. We're seeing the same API system spark lawsuits in Gilbert, and similar lawsuits have surfaced in other states due to inaccurate readings, unexplained spikes, and failures that leave families fighting for overages that they never should have received. In the desert, water is not something we can afford to get wrong. Every faulty meter reading becomes a financial burden on residents, not the companies that push these systems into our towns. Before Chandler continues down this road, we need complete transparency and independent verification that these meters actually work and that the taxpayers won't be stuck covering any costs when they don't. Then I move on to the proposed data center.
Ma'am, we're not talking about that right now. So this
Okay,
is
that was-
specifically this one item for item number 29. That's under a different item.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. City manager, I know our water systems are different than Gilbert. Do you want to say anything related to that?
Mayor, council, we have been using these same meters. I believe I have people in the crowd that know the exact time, but I think for the last 15 years. So we have undertaken quite a bit of review of those to make sure that they're providing accurate water bills to our citizens. We also do independent testing, and we also stand on top of any anomalies when we start to see a reading go up, so that we can make sure we're providing customer service at a level that makes sure what you're seeing in other communities doesn't happen in our community. So while we appreciate the concern and we hope the citizens always hold us accountable for the work that we do, we are taking great steps to make sure that in the city of Chandler, their water bills are accurate and the service we provide is consistent.
All right, thank you. All right. Council, that's all of the cards related to the consent agenda. I know that there is one addendum, I think a step being added to one item. So I'm going to ask Councilmember Harris if you'd like to make the motion adding that one step.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would like to approve the consent agenda items 1 through 36 with the added step for item number 9, that the following language added to the condition number 7 of ordinance number 5144. Developers shall provide a written disclosure statement for the signature of each buyer, acknowledging that the subdivision is located adjacent or near the existing Seneca Sports Complex and dog park, which may cause adverse noise and odor impacts, including but not limited to lawnmowers and other landscaping equipment, tractors or other heavy equipment, barking and odors from dog park usage, sports field lighting, and other external externalities that's consistent with the presence of a public park, sports complex, and a dog park.
All right, there is a motion on the floor. Is there a
Second, Mayor.
Second by Vice Mayor. Any recusals or other items before we vote on this, Council? No explanations? All right, Council, please vote on the consent agenda.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. Next on our agenda is a public hearing for annexation of Annex 25-0003 of approximately 11.24 acres east of the northeast corner of Willis Road and McQueen Road. So I'd like to open this public hearing, have a staff presentation now by Taylor Manamund, our city planner.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you today is Annexation 25-3. The property is located east of the northeast corner of Willis and McQueen Roads. The surrounding land uses are single-family residential to the north, and then Willis Road to the south was single-family residential, and then to the east is the City of Chandler Water Treatment Facility, and to the west is rural residential and church property. To provide some background, the site is approximately 11.24 acres and includes 3 parcels located in Maricopa County. The current zoning is RU43 within the county, and upon annexation, the initial city zoning will be Ag 1. There is currently a rezone and preliminary development plan application in process and will be forthcoming to City Council for a single-family subdivision with 57 homes. The developer is Richmond American Homes, and the homes will be for sale. The general plan designation is neighborhoods. and the City of Chandler will provide water and wastewater to the property. Staff has circulated the request to city departments and no negative comments have been received. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Taylor. Council, any questions related to this annexation at the corner of Willis and McQueen? Seeing none, any questions, discussion from the audience? Seeing none, thank you. I'd like to close our public hearing. Next on our agenda is the action item. And if you have spaces next to you that someone could sit, would you please raise your hand? We've got a number of people in the back that if you would like to sit down, we've got some spacing for you. Very good. All right, hang on there, David. I'm going to some comments here first. So before we move into this next item, I do want to take a moment and recognize the residents that are here and those who have taken time to want to share your thoughts with us here tonight. We've received hundreds of messages and have had the opportunity to respond to many of you. The input from residents is invaluable on behalf of council, and talking with you does help us make informed decisions. It's clear that everybody here cares for the future of Chandler, and you want to see our community continue to thrive. So we're going to begin this discussion this evening by first staff presentations, zoning, economic development, then a presentation from the applicant and other related, and council is free to ask questions of any of those on this point. Then we're going to open it up to members of the public. And as we move into public comment, couple thoughts, couple actions. I encourage each of us here to respect Chandler. We're all part of Chandler. And so let your comments, your responses be respectful and thoughtful. These are your neighbors, not your enemies or anything else next to you or around you. The kind of involvement that we are seeing tonight is exactly what strengthens our city. And I do appreciate everyone being here and sharing your time. We're going to give everyone, I've got an unknown quantity of, of both comment cards. And if you have asked for a comment card, I will read them. And then speaker cards related. And we will give everyone at that point 2 minutes to share your thoughts up to. Many of you are going to be saying the same things as other people. Whether it's a lot of the comments that we have seen, there's concerns around power, concerns around water, concerns about environment, concerns about just land use, noise, property quality. So feel free to also say, this is who I am, and I am for this project. I am against this project. I agree with the speakers who are for it. I agree with the speakers who are against it. Also, again, I would, in order to respect the speakers, you are speaking to us, not to the audience. You want us to hear your voice and understand your position. Everyone else is here to do the same if they so care to speak. So speak to us, not the audience, not the cameras. And as I mentioned, we'll give everyone up to 2 minutes time. So with that, let's get into this particular item. We're also going to be treating item number 37 and item number 38 as the same item, in the sense that if 37 doesn't pass, then 38 has no reason, or vice versa. So they're going to come contiguously. So we're going to bring these in as speakers of the same and allow you to talk. And council, it would be appropriate, I believe, in discussing with the attorney to even make a motion to whatever we get to the motions of either at that particular time too. So with that, item number 37, introduction and tentative adoption of ordinance number 5143, rezoning and preliminary development plan PLH 24-0046, Price Road Innovation Campus located at 3380 South Price Road, southwest corner of Price and Dobson Roads. It's continued from the meeting of November 13th. And item number 38, which is resolution number 5957, authorizing a development agreement between the City of Chandler and BA Price Owners LLC for the redevelopment of property located at 3380 South Price Road into an AI data center and tech park. And David De La Torre is going to be talking on the first one related to the adoption of the ordinance. Micah Miranda, our Economic Development Director, will be talking about the development agreement. And then after that, we will again then invite the applicant, members of the public with your speaker cards or comment cards, and then give the applicant a chance to wrap things up after speaker cards, and then we will have a conversation up here. David De La Torre.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the City Council. As the Mayor stated, the subject site is located at the southwest corner of Dobson and Price Roads. This is about a 40-acre site that was previously occupied by Orbital Sciences, which was acquired by Northrop Grumman in 2018. In 2019, the site was vacated and has remained unoccupied ever since. The request to rezone to planned area development is triggered by the proposal to build a standalone data center as a primary use. That is what's triggering this request. The rezoning also includes a request to establish a mid-rise overlay over the entire site for building heights up to 90 feet in height, as well as to identify the uses that would be permitted in 5 other buildings that are proposed on the site. And those uses include knowledge-intensive uses, advanced business services, and ancillary commercial uses. Finally, the request includes preliminary development plan approval for site layout and building architecture. In December of 2022, the city adopted a data center ordinance, which codified a long, decades-long policy, which said that data centers are not allowed as a primary use, are not permitted anywhere unless they're explicitly approved as part of a PAD, planned area development zoning. And again, the subject proposal before you tonight is in fact a standalone data center, which would be a primary use, which is the reason for the rezoning request. That brings us to the proposed development, which is supposed to be or planned to be built in 3 phases. Phase 1 includes the data center, which is a 422,877 square foot data center located at the southwest corner of the site. The substation is proposed south of the data center. And on the west side of the data center are temporary, or I should say backup generators, which would be facing the property to the west, which is the city's Ocotillo Reclamation Water Treatment Plant. On the north side of the data center is a 50,000 square foot research and development flex office building, which would be built concurrently with the data center in phase 1. Phase 2 consists of 2 buildings on the east side of the property, both at 42,674 square feet. Both of these buildings would be required to begin construction by January of 2031 per the development agreements that the mayor mentioned, which is also on the council's agenda tonight. And then phase 3. Phase 3 would include buildings C and D, also research and development flex office buildings, just over 66,000 square feet for the building C and just over 71,000 square feet for building D. Building C and D per the development agreement would be required to begin construction by January of 2032. Just a few points to make. The data center is the only tenant identified at this time. So buildings B through F are all speculative. No tenants have been identified for those buildings. There is a proposed zoning condition that limits the data center to the southwest corner of the site, So where it's shown on the site plan, so the data center would not be able to build anywhere else on the site. And then the mid-rise overlay would cover the entire site to allow building heights up to 90 feet. The proposed architecture for the data center consists of tilt-up concrete with glazing, masonry, and metal accents. And the proposed height of the building, this is the data center that you're looking at here, is 75 feet to the top of the parapet and 85 feet to the top of the mechanical screening. This is a rendering of Building B, located directly north of the proposed data center, and this is looking south on Price Road. You can see the data center behind it to the left. Again, the building uses tilt-up concrete with glazing, masonry, and metal accent materials. And then this is what a rendering of Building E would look like. This is on the east side of the property along Dobson Road. Again, using the similar materials, and the building height shown here is around 45 feet to the top of parapet. The data center ordinance requires a minimum of 2 neighborhood meetings. The applicant hosted 3 neighborhood meetings, and a number of attendees attended those meetings and inquired about a variety of different topics. And I will let the applicant address all of those topics when he gets up here. Notification was provided in accordance with the zoning code requirements, which requires all property owners within a half a mile to receive notification. And to date, as of a few hours ago, when I updated this presentation, staff has received 8 emails in support and over 200 emails in opposition. At the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting held in October, staff recommended denial based on inconsistency with the general plan. The intent of the general plan policies for South Price Road corridor is to reserve that corridor for high wage, high value employers like Intel and Northrop Grumman. Price Road has been Chandler's crown jewel, and the city of Chandler has been planning to keep it that way for decades through the general plan. And the intent is for the highest concentration of high-tech jobs to be located on that corridor. A data center, whether it's a traditional data center or an AI data center, would create less than half the jobs that a warehouse and distribution use would create. And so staff found that the proposed data center was not consistent with the policies of the general plan. The Planning and Zoning Commission in October voted 5-1 in favor of the proposal, citing alignments with the city's goal to be innovative and cutting edge. The recommendation approval included a number of conditions for the planned area development zoning, as well as for the preliminary development plan. One of those conditions, number 5, under the preliminary development plan section, was to redesign phase 2 and phase 3 into a more campus-like environment. And so buildings C, D, E, and F would be, if this is approved tonight, those buildings in phase 2 and phase 3 would be redesigned to be more campus-like. And what that means is fronting some of those buildings onto the existing lake that's on the northeast corner of the site, creating an enhanced pedestrian path that leads from the buildings to the lake, and then creating a main boulevard-like driveway through the site. If this is approved, those revisions would be reviewed by staff and then would be taken back to the Planning and Zoning Commission through their design review committee for their review and comment. With that, I'd like to invite Mike and Miranda, our Economic Development Director, to talk a little bit about development agreements.
Hang on there. Let me see if people have questions for you. Any questions for Mr. De La Torre? Councilmember Orlando.
Dave De La Torre, thank you for the presentation. Can you go back to that slide with the overlay?
The last one?
So yeah.
The very last one with
the first one. Yeah, right. That's perfect. So down in the lower corner, just south of A, you're talking about a substation there?
That's correct.
Will those lines be underground?
That's correct. The applicant has indicated all power lines leading to the site will be underground.
And how much space did that take in, roughly acre-wise?
I don't have those dimensions with me, but perhaps the applicant would know the answer to that.
Okay. Looks like a good chunk. That's why I'm asking. Okay. I'll reserve other question on the electricity later. Thanks.
Additional questions? All right. Thank you, David. Micah Miranda.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I don't have a formal presentation. Words on a PowerPoint don't tend to pop as much as David's presentation. So I'm going to walk you through the development agreement as it establishes performance obligations for the proposed data center and accompanying tech park. The following are high-level summaries of the performance obligations as included in the development agreement before you. So the first set of requirements are around water-based cooling. The AI data center must use mechanical or closed-loop cooling systems only. Water use cannot exceed Tier 1 allocation in the Sustainable Water Use Agreement. No water-based cooling may be used after the certificate of occupancy except in a closed-loop system. Section 2, water meter. Remove and cap existing water connections to cooling towers during the decommissioning of the building. And after decommissioning, only 1-inch water meters will be able to serve the site. Section 2.3, demolition and construction. Demolition of existing buildings must begin within 90 days or 5 days after it's a tough one. After the energy is turned off at the building. Demolition must be completed within 18 months of the start. And as David indicated, begin Tech Parks building E and F by January 2031. Otherwise, incur a $200,000 per year delay and penalties. And for building C and D, January 2032, or otherwise a $225,000 per year in delay penalties. As the council member inquired, developer must underground all electric lines serving the site. One of the things that the city was very keen on preserving is our tax collection. So property tax and TPT revenues to the city cannot decrease due to incentives or tax deductions or reductions brought upon at the state level or federal level. Future payments remain at the highest amount and adjusted for inflation. Employment requirements. The tech park buildings must create at least 2 FTEs per 1,000 square feet of space. Required median wage of at least $75,000. Jobs must be maintained for 5 years after each building certificate of occupancy, and there's annual reporting requirements and a $2,000 per missing job per year if employment falls below the minimum. The facility must be used exclusively for AI and advanced computing data center operations. Prohibited uses such as traditional enterprise data centers and co-location facilities or cloud storage is not permitted. The term of this agreement will run for 10 years beginning the effective date and has an automatic 10-year renewal. And I'd be happy to answer any additional questions.
Yeah, I'll start. Micah, talk about the power arrangement, and that's with SRP. Would you be the best one, or would Adam be better to talk about that?
Mayor, I can provide some high level, and if I miss anything, the applicant can maybe fill that in at a later date. So through this process, the applicant is required to work with SRP on a formal contract. That contract will be signed, we anticipate, late next fall, early next December, which will spell out the utility requirements and phasing to bring power to the site, which is anticipated to be even 2031 or 2032.
Okay, and also about water. I know that's a big issue here. What, iterate, how much water will this group, I understand there was a typo in one of the newspapers, so what could you tell us about water use, just to have the most factual details?
I'm happy to answer those, but
Thanks,
I will
Simone.
also invite our water guru, Simone, up to date. Come on up here, Simone.
Thank you, Mayor, through the Mayor and Council. There have been some inconsistencies in the reporting in the media, so just to correct any misunderstandings about water use, this proposal includes closed-loop cooling systems, which use very, very little water. I think some of the confusion potentially about how much water the site may use, or the idea that maybe it's unknown how much the site may use, might stem from an application that we asked the applicant to make it clear on the application that the shell buildings, per our policy, when we have shell buildings where there's a tenant that has not been identified yet, we ask them to make it clear that they are unable to give an accurate projection of water use for those shell buildings. But because of our policy, as those shell buildings develop, once a tenant becomes identified, they would go through our sustainable water allocation policy as well. So the water use for the data center per the policy would be approximately 48,000 gallons per day at a maximum. That's the maximum they would be allowed to use. With the other 5 buildings, unless they came through and asked for additional water above and beyond the tier 1 allocations, the combination of all 5 buildings, it would be around 30,000 would be the maximum, 30,000 gallons per day. So approximately 5,000 to 6,000 gallons per day per building for the other 5 buildings.
Okay. And with that data center, they're limited to 1-inch water line, and we can squeeze that much water through that in a month. I mean, that's the limitations of a 1-inch water line.
Through the mayor and council, the limits of a 1-inch water meter are probably in that range. It depends on some of the specifics of the exact meter that you install, but the 1-inch water meter would certainly limit the amount of water that we could physically deliver to the site, and we wouldn't physically be able to deliver much more than that roughly 50,000 gallons per day just because of the limitation of the meter.
Okay.
If they ever wanted to try to increase the water use to the site, they would have to come back through, come to council, request a different size meter, go through our sustainable allocation policy.
And that would be a council decision, not a staff decision.
That would be a council decision.
Okay, very good. Let's go with Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, just had a quick question. So the total amount of water that's being used for this particular site, if this was regular business use that we're bringing forward, what would be the allocation for a regular business use if it was a different type of business that was looking to go in there? Would this be around the same amount, or would this be more, greater, or less?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris, this is our standard allocation of water that would be available to any kind of business, any kind of commercial, industrial type business. So this is actually 48,000 gallons per day, which I suspect is actually much more than the data center would need because closed loop cooling systems generally don't use very much water at all. So the 48,000 gallons per day for the data center is really just an absolute maximum that they would be allowed to use. And that's defined by how much water is available for the average business in Chandler based on the square footage of the building. And that is a very normal amount of water use for that size of a building.
And lastly, the residents of Chandler, we subsidize businesses' water uses. Is that correct?
We do a cost service study for each of our categories of water users. And that's something that's evaluated every 2 years as we do those studies. There's probably people who are much more qualified than me to explain how our water rates work, but each of the categories of users pays based on the impact they have on the system.
So even if there is, even if there is a business that comes into Chandler, each one of the residents, regardless of where they live at, that will tie into the infrastructure of the city, and that will calculate what their water rate could be in the future.
So I'm not sure if I'm the most qualified person to answer this question. I might ask if someone else wants to answer it. What I would say is that the maintenance of our existing infrastructure is something that all of the users of our water pay. So if we have aging pipes and we need to replace those pipes, those are costs that are just billed into our cost of service to provide water. Any kind of additional infrastructure, that would be something that maybe Micah could speak more to in terms of how that's handled through a development agreement. If there's an individual user that requires special infrastructure above and beyond our existing infrastructure, then that would normally be handled with the developer through an agreement.
And Mayor, this is my last question that I have. The current usage of the water, what's the current usage of the site today? What are they using today to keep it up and running and activated?
My understanding is that the site is using around 1 million gallons per month, and that's just to, because the site currently has evaporative cooling systems in place in order to cool a vacant building. Evaporative cooling systems do use a lot of water. However, those cooling systems would be required under the agreement to be removed during demolition, and any kind of new cooling systems added would be those kind of mechanically based closed loop systems. that don't use water.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Orlando.
Simone, don't go
Simone,
away.
what's back?
Simone, and maybe you could tag team on this one. I'm looking at the developments agreement, UDM-121, and I'm just trying to figure out what what we're trying to pinpoint here. It says average annual GDPD is 48,631. Then it says maximum use 97,262. What is it? Help me understand what we're saying here.
Sure. Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, that is the application that the applicant submitted to explain what their water use would be specifically for the data center. Again, those are maximums based on the city's tier 1 allocation as part of our sustainable water use regulations. And what we know that in some cases, not for all applicants, but for some, they need to use more water in the summer. So we asked them to give us two numbers. One is what is the average daily use across an entire year, even though it's going to fluctuate from day to day. Sometimes you use more in the summer, less in the winter. We want to know their average daily use, but then we also ask them, okay, on the hottest day of the summer, what's the maximum amount of water that you think you'll ever use? And that's what those two numbers are.
All right. That's the average per day, correct?
Correct.
So is that 365?
So the average annual, so the average daily use, if you were to just take their total annual use, divide it by 365, would be that 48,000 number.
Okay.
If you look at maybe some peak demands in the summer, they might use up to 97,000 for one day in the summer, but then using less in the winter kind of averages out so that the entire year is not over that average of 48,000.
All right, so let me get, I'm just clarifying here, okay? I grew up in Newark, New Jersey, so a little bit of a math here, all right? You said using about 12 million gallons now, correct? If I multiply 48,000 times 365, I'd get 17.5 million. So we're actually be potentially using more water by not doing anything.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, my understanding of the mechanically based closed loop systems that is intended for the data center is that it would use far less than 48,000 gallons per day. The reason that they put that number is because we advised them that that was the maximum allotment. So it's not necessarily the total volume that they think they're actually going to use. It's that we're making it clear that you cannot ever use more than that.
All right, we'll ask the applicant what they think they're going to use. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Additional questions? Councilmember Poston.
Thank you. Micah, do you have an estimate of the economic impact of this project were it to be approved?
Yes. I'm gonna grab that. Through the mayor, Councilwoman Poston, we've run economic impact analysis, and on the direct impact to the city over 10 years, starting from this date, it's about $10.2 million on the direct side, and direct, induced, and indirect is about $10.4 million.
Could you maybe give a little detail about what you mean by direct and indirect? What kind
Yes,
of falls
ma'am.
under there?
So direct economic impact is just the impact as a result of the business operations. The indirect and the induced include the spin-off impacts of the people generally who work there.
Okay.
That's why you don't see such a huge jump in the difference between direct and indirect. It's because data centers obviously don't house a lot of people. They don't employ people, so those people don't go out and shop and spend in ancillary parts of our economy.
Sure. Okay. And then my next question, could you outline a little bit about what this development agreement does in terms of power supply?
Yes. Through the mayor, Councilwoman Poston. So part of the agreement, what we were looking to do is ensure that they bring in the power that they're going to need to operate the data center. In order to do that, there's stipulations in the term that by January of 2027, so next year, 2 years, they will need to have a signed development and construction agreement with SRP for the delivery of 230 lines to the site. So they will be required to bring in those lines to the site. or the city may have the opportunity to unilaterally terminate this agreement and revert back to previous zoning.
And the cost for that?
We don't have any firm estimates. All we have is high level numbers from SRP. We've heard numbers north of 200 million
Okay, for the entire project.
for the entire
And-
entire electrical component.
Right. And then my other question is, isn't there some sort of down payment for that due earlier than that?
Yes. So as we understand it, with SRP, they have milestones to stay in the SRP planning process. And I don't want to misrepresent or misspeak, but to our best understanding is they have a letter of credit and a deposit that they need to make with SRP, I believe in February. That's a substantial amount, but I think that might be a question to save for the applicant as well.
Sure, sure. And I guess part of why I'm asking that question is because this development agreement, I've had a little frustration with it only coming to us a little, a week ago, a week and a day ago. It's taken some time to get here so that we could have some of this information out in front of the public. Why are we on this time crunch? Is it because of this SRP agreement, or why has it taken this long? Why have we not had more time to maybe review this and get it in front of the public a little more?
Through the mayor, Councilwoman Poston, so I don't want to speak for the applicant. They were wanting to move rather quickly, and I believe that's tied to their SRP timeline. The length of the development agreement is very complex. There was a lot of moving parts. So the back and forth was a lot of time and effort from staff across the organization.
Okay. And then just one other thought, in that economic impact that you talked about, the 10.2 billion over a period of 10 years, that doesn't include, I'm just assuming that doesn't include that SRP function, that dollar amount from that they would be investing in power? Because the estimate of 285 million is far higher than the 10 million you're saying that we have of economic impact.
Through the mayor, Councilwoman Poston, just to clarify, when I was speaking to economic impact, I was talking about revenue to the city.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
not necessarily the net economic activity generated by that. The net economic activity we would put almost at 997 million, so almost $1 billion, and a little over $1 billion when you include the direct, indirect, and induced.
Okay. And then,
not inclusive of any SRP capital expenses.
okay, I have two more questions and then I'll wrap it up and let somebody else go. This one might be better for the applicant. I have been learning more about data centers than I ever thought I would over the last couple of months. I've been trying to study up. Do you have any distinction of the difference between an AI data center and a data center as we know it?
Through the mayor, Councilwoman Poston, there are very clear definitions per the development agreement. The AI data center is really focused on non-storage type of activities. AI data centers have other applications that are could be a little bit more time sensitive regarding latency between networks, but I would probably defer the professional answer to that question to the applicant.
Thank you. So my final question for you is, if this power comes through the price corridor, or if it doesn't, maybe is a better question, have you had any, or do you anticipate any difficulties recruiting businesses and recruiting jobs to the price corridor based on our ability to provide power to the types of jobs we're trying to attract?
Through the mayor, Councilwoman Poston, infrastructure is always important. One of the things that we were taking a look at is if a large power user does come into the price corridor that's over 10 megawatts, they're going to have to go through the SRP study anyways. So the remaining land in the corridor, there's ample power. There's approximately, I think, 80 megawatts. So there is power in there to serve those types of users. But any large user that comes in over that 10 megawatt threshold will be required to go through the SRP cluster study application.
Okay, so no matter what happens, that power resource, that infrastructure cost would be on the user, not the residents of Chandler.
Through the mayor, Councilwoman Poston, yes. SRP's approach is that the development pays for its infrastructure and generation.
Okay, thanks, Micah. Thank you, Mayor.
Mike, follow-up question, and I think talking with SRP yesterday, they said that these studies that they're doing are as frequent as every twice a year. Was that correct? Every 6 months?
Through
That for a large power user, if another one would come in, if they miss this one, there would be another study group, another cluster group.
through the mayor, I guess to the mayor, that's kind of what I understood. I haven't seen anything formally spelling out the number of applications they have for their cluster studies.
Okay. Council, any additional questions?
I just have one follow-up.
Councilmember Harris.
Just had one question about the construction aspect of it. There was currently Price Corridor is under construction at this time, and the traffic has been horrendous over there. And my concern is with this proposal. I guess my question is the time span in which what does construction look like in the Price Corridor? Because I've heard so much about what that could look like, but what really truly would that look like, and what is the impact to the businesses that's currently there? What does that look like to them?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris, yes, if this goes forward and SRP's 230 lines are pulled to serve the site, SRP will need to run 230 power lines parallel to the existing 230 lines. And I have it on the table if the video team wants to pull it up on the Elmo, and I can kind of show you the current alignment.
Yes, video team, if you can pull this up, that would be great. That would be helpful.
We can do better. There we go.
I can't see it.
We were close. Then we
It's
lost
killing
it.
me. It's killing
Come back to me.
me.
Oh, come back, come back.
There we go.
So Councilmember, as you may
Okay,
recall,
thank you.
in 2020, 2021, the city and SRP and Intel partnered on the pulling of this first 230 line to serve the Intel expansion. It originates at the existing Schrader station, and we have underground. We have one existing underground conduit line that runs the site along the blue and black checkered to the Intel substation. What SRP will need to do is run another conduit. So this is all going to be open trench work along the power lines down to Chandler Heights Road, and then the road will be opened again. And that 230 line will be put in and moved all the way up to Chaparral and Lake Drive. At that point, we have already installed the second 230 conduit line, so no additional trenching or infrastructure work will need to occur. There will be closures just for pulling the line and so forth, but it won't be as sizable as the work from Schrader over to Alma School and Lake Drive.
So the picture has a lot of zigzags. I can barely see what that is. But tell me, what exactly is it going through? Is it going through a community, going through a road? Can you help identify the landmarks that your fingers kind of rubbing over? Is that houses or is that businesses?
Yeah, through the mayor, the initial line will run down the power lines right through here. And
What's that right there? Do you know what that is?
The power line easement.
The power line easement. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that
along the
houses?
railroad tracks?
Railroad tracks. Okay.
And then it'll go down to Chandler Heights.
Okay, so that's a road.
Yep, and Chandler Heights up and right on Alma School.
So that's another road.
And then once it intersects with Lake Drive and Alma School, that second conduit line is already in place, so it'll just need to be pulled through that conduit line into the Percet substation on Intel's campus.
So it'll be going through. So Chandler Heights will basically be under construction into Alma School, into Lake Drive. Well, it connects at Lake Drive.
Yeah, the connection will be at Lake Drive, will then be pulled underground in the existing conduit lines.
Okay, and then for just that construction alone, what's the time span on that construction alone?
There are no hard timelines right now.
Okay.
SRP is anticipating construction being done in 2031, 2032. So they have to go through planning, design, engineering, ordering equipment. So we do not have definitive timelines on when they will begin and end that construction.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, just to follow up, there already is conduit through there. Are they saying you have to relay conduit or just use the existing conduit?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, along Chaparral and Lake Drive, as part of that Intel improvement line, we pre-plumbed it with conduit. So that second conduit line that this project would require is already in place to pull that line through. The new conduit will be everything outside of Chaparral and Lake Drive, Alma School, Chandler Heights, and then along the railroad easement.
Guess when we first did this project years ago, we thought that was ability to expand that conduit line for redundancy. We may have to check that again, but that's okay. So a year to evaluate this. When would they actually have the substation operational?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, again, we don't have definitive timelines. Once the contracts between the applicant and SRP are signed, SRP goes into their procurement process. And what we've been told is, again, in that 2031, 2032 timeline.
So that's 7 years from now.
Approximately.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional comments? Councilmember Hawkins.
Just one more clarifying question. On the conduit that's already laid at that intersection off Alma School, if we were to use it to add what we would need for this, would that eliminate any future use if we needed more at any future time? Or is there space for more ability to add to? Does that make sense?
Yes, through the mayor, Councilmember Hawkins. If additional power was needed to the region and it couldn't flow through the existing 230 line and the proposed 230 line, we would have to find an alternative route. I don't think we would find it along this corridor. I think Public Works and Utilities would agree with me when I say the area is pretty well tapped out in terms of easement space. The banks for underground 230 lines have to be really large because of the heat they generate. And so I don't believe another power line would be able to be pulled along this current route. We would have to identify an alternative one.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Micah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, our applicant, Adam Baugh. And as Adam is coming up, let me ask again, I know some people have left. If there is a seat next to you, raise your hand. There's still people standing in the back. If any of you in the back would like to find a seat, please do. Yeah. Or you could get the word out to those who are outside that there's capacity inside if they would like to come in. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, thank you for your time tonight. My name is Adam Baugh. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. In this room of many people, or a few people you might have some questions for, so I'd love to just kind of point them out now if needed, is Jeff with Active Infrastructure, the developer of the project, Tony Sola, the acoustical engineer, if you have questions regarding noise, and Tegan Wolf, our essentially our water engineer who helped fill out some of those applications. So admittedly, I'm an expert in nothing and I know very little. And as a result, I will inevitably be asked a question I won't have the answer for. I hope that the folks that are with me today may be able to answer some of those questions. And so there may be a little bit of people coming up and forth based on the presentation, the question that you may have. I empathize all year, but more importantly, like the last 2 weeks and more importantly, the last few days, I've thought about what it means to be a city council member, particularly in this situation and with these facts and with the number of people here in the room today. I empathize with you because I think you signed up to be a city council member to lead the city because you felt like you had something to offer in your service. And on occasion, tough decisions bring out two sides of an outcome. And oftentimes you make these decisions and a few people give you a pat on the back and many other people will tell you how you should do your job. However the results lay out today, I appreciate your contemplation and the consideration not only you've given to me, but frankly to the volume of emails you received. I've known many of you personally, and I know that each of you spent a lot of time reading every single one of those correspondences from the public. So thank you for indulging me the opportunity to present this case today. As we considered what we were bringing to you, I know many of you have wrestled with this decision. You've done independent research. You've listened to what residents have shared. You've listened to what I've shared. You've pushed back on what I've shared. You've pushed back on what residents have shared. I think what you've done more than anything else is pushed to make sure that if a project like this is approved, that it's approved in a manner that creates great benefit to the city with no risk. And that's part of what I want to share in my presentation today. Before I get to that, though, I was asked if I would please respond to a lot of the concerns that have been raised through the emails and through the online chatter. And so if you'll indulge me, I think it's valuable to follow your feedback and address some of those things. You know, when we first did our case, we did 3 neighbor meetings, and every neighbor meeting we held, we had less people attending. And I think what I learned was that as they came and they heard the facts, their interest or opposition to the case decreased. We were required to send out 1,000 pieces of mail for every neighbor meeting we did. And at some point, we got to Planning Commission and got a recommendation of approval. And there was some people there who were speaking with sentiments opposed to the project. And there was other people there more so speaking in support. And at some point after the Planning Commission meeting, there was a mailer that was sent out. It included some information. I don't say entirely all truthful, but nonetheless, at some point, the online chatter swelled and it began to take over the facts. And as I looked at some of that stuff, I can see where the sincerity of those comments started. Frankly, not all data centers are equal and not all operators are the same. And many of the concerns that I've read through the emails, and I'm sure you have as well, were likely based in a truthful situation as people were trying to understand what was happening in the area. And as I think through a number of data centers that have been approved across the nation, there's probably a variety of them that can support many of the fears that have been shared today. What's interesting, though, about what you can find and read online is often not entirely accurate to the facts of this case today. And so I want to address some of those things. One of the comments I read online was that a data center can use as much water as a small town and that our water rates would be astronomical. And so what's interesting about the project before you today is when we submitted the water allocation form early, that actually was based on a request that we were thinking we needed a 2-inch water meter. And so afterwards, through the course of negotiating the development agreement, is when the city required that we agree to a 1-inch water meter. So I think some of those numbers you've seen there were probably from the initiation of the application. Whether it's Councilmember Orlando pointed out that those numbers or a 1-inch water meter number, there's a better protection in place. And the protection in place is the development agreement, not that it requires a 1-inch water meter. It says no other water cooling systems allowed but a closed loop system, which is essentially injecting water one time and that's it, not recurring water usage. And so what I appreciate the facts and worth noting here is that the development agreement prohibits any other form of water cooling but the mechanical system or the closed loop system. There are 3 water meters on the property today. They are 3 inches each, and we've been required under the development agreement to remove them. We'll have one in there during the course of demolition, so in case there's like a fire during the demolition phase, there's a way to have access to that. But under the terms of the agreement, that we will be removing those prior to getting the data center operating. In addition, I think you've heard already, but those water chillers are required to run throughout the summer and even through the winter if necessary under the insurance obligations of the building. And so as a result, they're using and consuming a lot of water even though no one's presently occupying those buildings. And I can imagine if they were being occupied and used for employment uses, they would use significant greater than what that 12 million average is, or 12 million is this year. Another concern that I think is probably based in some degree of truth in other places, but not necessarily applicable in this case here, is that data centers, because of the massive cooling power that they need and the systems necessary for that, tend to create noise that causes these types of disturbances. And I think that's been observed in this corridor. I don't think that is a fictional thing, but I believe that's the reason why the city changed their zoning ordinance, particularly with regard to how noise is measured and mitigated. And that's why I think it's important to understand how we are different here than any of the ones in the corridor, or truthfully, a lot of other places across the nation. With this modern facility and our types of technologies, we have access to cooling methods that weren't present when a lot of these other facilities were built. Most of them were implemented in the last few years nationally. And so by using the mechanical systems and the closed loop systems, we don't require the same degree of cooling methods that create and drive a lot of those noises. In fact, when I looked at this data center ordinance, you did not ban data centers. What you said is if they come, they have to come to a PAD so that we can ensure additional criteria. And this was the additional noise mitigation criteria. Let me run it through real quick. I think you know this, but for the audience, I think it's helpful to understand. When you propose a new data center under your new ordinance, we have to measure the baseline noise today before the data center exists. We have to measure that baseline noise at the nearest residence and office. And as we do that, that now is identified as the ambient noise for this project. And then we have to model the types of systems that we would use and project what type of noise we would generate. And we cannot exceed what the ambient is in the area. And so the ambient in this area, as I go back and look at my notes, it has an average low of 55 decibels and an average high of 69 next to the nearest residence. So that's the ambient that we have to benchmark against, and we have to prove that our facility with the equipment we use will be less than what that ambient is. And so as we brought that, that's why I bring Tony Sol up to here, because as we do this, this is not anything like what you've experienced in this core up now. We will be the first one to implement your new data center ordinance. As a result, we have to prove before we commence that we can achieve and satisfy what those new code requirements are, not the ones that are in place for the other operators up and down that corridor. And then we have to redo that noise study every 5 years under your code. I think it's important to understand that, because if a data center is going to come here, it has to follow newer, more stringent criteria than what the past has been. And additionally, operationally, there are some new things as well. We have to have an on-site liaison who can respond to concerns related to noise. That whenever you do a test of a backup generator, it can only occur during certain timeframes with public 24-hour notice. And we have to maintain a website when announcing when those things occur. And so I share all that because these are things that do not apply to anybody else in that corridor, which I think are the ones that led to so many of those concerns. There's a concern, I think, about backup generators, that they might be running at all times and create excessive noise. Mayor, am I getting ahead of myself?
No.
Okay, very good. I wasn't sure if the screens were showing up to you. And so as I looked at the backup generators, I will admit to you that if you ask me a question about backup generators, I will certainly defer to my client because he'll know how those work better than I do. But they are inside an acoustical enclosure with noise dampeners, and they only run when there's an emergency or in the rare occurrence when we have to do testing to make sure that they are operable. And as a result, I won't go back and repeat what I said already, but clearly the ambient matters. Another concern that I heard regularly is that we don't have the power capacity to serve a new data center, and that residents themselves will absorb the cost of that new power delivery for this project. And I can appreciate, I myself have experienced what it's like to see my utilities rise up, not just power, but including water for that matter. And so when I hear those concerns, they are based in a real legitimate, truthful concern. But I think many people are not aware of how we are different than what's been done in the past, or how the city and SRP is expecting us to do this going forward. So what's interesting about this is, unlike the prior applicants who've been in this corridor and maybe could have tapped into what available power is in the area, we have to build the power and the infrastructure necessary to bring it to us. The approximate number that we were given by SRP in October was $242 million. That number may adjust as they refine and sharpen their pencils, but clearly it's a big number. That number is what is required, unfortunately, for this project in this area to have that type of power capacity. The second thing about SRP's new model that wasn't in place beforehand is they have identified what is a new large load user, basically somebody who uses 20 or more. And as a result, those folks who use that type of power then fall into the SRP's different price plan. It's called the E67 price plan. What that plan does is it requires the new large users to purchase a required amount of power, even if they don't use that power. And the reason why they require us to purchase that amount, whether or not we use it, is to ensure that the customer, that us, are the ones paying for that power. And it's not a pass on to an increase for anybody beyond us. And if we don't use all the power that we are required to purchase, then essentially just makes it a more robust grid for SRP and the state. And so I say that because we have a max of how much we're supposed to buy, even if we don't use that amount. And it's intentional, so that way our pricing is separate from others. There's I've heard a concern that somehow, and this is, everything in red is things that I've read online in anticipation of this meeting, that somehow the long-term benefit of this project is not worth the trade-off of approving it. Love to chat about some of these things. I think people have been focused on property taxes as if that was the big carrot here. Property taxes are about $45,000 today a year. They will be up significantly more once we build the project, but I don't know if that's really the thing I want to lean upon. The transaction privilege tax just through the power purchase here is about $2.6 million annually. I don't know many enterprises in the city of Chandler that create that type of sales tax revenue. And as a result, that number doesn't include permit fees, construction taxes, sales taxes, payroll taxes, utility taxes and costs, or anything related to the 5 tech park buildings. That number is just related only to the data center. And as a result, I think what I've heard in the past is a fear that what happens if the state or the federal government changes the ability to tax these types of facilities? We have agreed to a contractual obligation that we will ensure the continued payment of that number, even if the statutory regime for taxing is to be abandoned. What this does, and I can't think of anybody else in the entire boundaries of the city, maybe even the state, who'd be willing to agree to pay taxes for a set amount in perpetuity in the future against a unknown legislative regime. I think that's a really good testament, not only to what we believe in the faith of this project, but and a clear identification that to be a good community partner, that is an expectation that we're willing to fulfill. I've heard some questions that somehow this data center is going to create a lot of pollutants that will be harmful to the residents. And I think that almost overlooks the fact that this used to be a rocket testing facility before it went vacant, or that it's next to a sewer treatment plant, or a fire training facility, or Intel, or many of the other manufacturing intensive operations that occur in this corridor. Also worth noting, some of those environmental concerns that I was researching from the comments really relate to data centers that have water discharge, which we don't have in this case. I've heard that there is a concern that this has significantly low job generation, and that China would be trading strategic resources for what? For little in return. And I think that is one of the largest points of misinformation through this project. It's assuming that the only thing I'm doing is a data center. A data center is 9 acres of the 40-acre project. The 40-acre project has significantly other employment generating uses on the project. Focusing only on the data center is very myopic. What's also interesting about this, that type of a comment ignores the significant job creation through the construction phase and the wages that come with it and the economic output that comes with that. It ignores the modeling of during the operational phase of the types of employees that will be in the balance of the buildings. It's also worth noting that our economic impact study that I submitted back in March was only assuming we're doing a single story in all the tech park buildings. Since then, we've been able to put in 520 extra parking spaces in our project. The reason why that was provided isn't because I'm interested in putting a bunch of asphalt. It's because I want the ability to have a second floor in every one of those tech park buildings. And so this modeling number was rather conservative without considering that we would have the employment opportunities on the entire second floor of each and every one of those buildings. And so just in this 15-year horizon, it is a significant economic output and wages. So as I addressed the concerns, I come back to the first comment where I started. This deal and this project only makes sense if it's a good deal for the long-term benefit of the city of Chandler and if those risks have been alleviated or protected against. Let me walk through, I think, 9 or so reasons why there are tremendous benefits that come with this project. First of all, a $2.5 billion investment is something you don't see very often. And there is clear economic benefits derived from it, not just from the AI data center and the 5 tech park buildings, but the opportunity to create new industries that can be supported by a facility like this. I love the Price Road corridor. I'm proud to see what Chandler has been able to create with it. But at some point, you have to plan for future technologies. And a facility like this opens the door and creates not only the power infrastructure, but the power computing to attract those types of things. And more importantly, it removes an empty building that sat there for 7 years. And I don't know how much longer it will sit, but it is a challenge that exists with this property. The second city benefit are the jobs. I talked about the jobs that occurred to the construction phase. I talked about the jobs that will be operationally there. But it's not just putting together prognostications and projections. We have done something I don't know I've seen anybody do. Typically, when I bring a big employment use, the city has in the past offered incentives for every job created. They would pay, $1,000, $15 for every full-time job over a certain wage requirement. We've done the opposite, where we have guaranteed to the city a minimum job per square foot threshold and a payment for every job we fall short annually. Again, I've never seen that before, but I think we believe in this project enough that we'll take that risk and de-risk that to the city. It's interesting that I'm here talking about giving the financial guarantees to the city about jobs when the city has had 5 warn notices in this very corridor in the last 2 years, totaling 2,661 jobs. And then yesterday I saw an announcement that NXP Semiconductors is announced that they'll be closing their facility in the city of Chandler that has, I think, 750 employees there. Now, I don't know if they'll all leave, but I'm just saying it was an interesting, timely announcement. And so while folks are leaving, we're actually guaranteeing and we're putting our money where our mouth is. The thing about this AI data center and this third benefit here is attracting the very types of targeted industries that Chandler wants to see. Now, I can appreciate David Torres' presentation about the general plan and the general plan being intentional for creating jobs. And if the only thing I was doing was a data center, then I think I'd say he's right and I'd agree with him. But if you ignore the other tech park buildings that come with it, then you're ignoring the attraction that AI data center brings to those types of facilities. A simple way to look at it is the ability to direct connect optical fiber lines to the data center is unlike in other places in the city. Most of the fiber in other places are in public rights of way, which can be long, circuitous, and also subject to damage on occasion for mistaken digging and things like that. And that's why users want to co-locate here, because those fiber lines are internal on the property. And the ability to be as proximate to it as they are is a significant driving factor for it. What's interesting about this is that those folks desire to have a sub 2 millisecond latency. And so if I am trying to attract the R&D and the biofarm and the biomed and the bioscience, the aerospace, and they have user requirements of adjacency because of those reasons, then this is the opportunity to attract the very industries that I think keep Chandler strong in the long term. And when you locate them so far away, 40 or 50 miles away, what you do is you're creating a longer round trip of latency that doesn't meet those minimum threshold requirements of the types of industries that you desire. And so as a result, this actually makes possible these kind of things. And I think that's why staff took it a whole nother level, both in the PAD and the development agreement, to limit the uses only to the types of ones that they want to see in this corridor. So I can't be anything else but the very things that they encourage and desire here. Micah has done an excellent job describing the new infrastructure, so I don't know if I need to spend a lot of time talking about that. But what I find interesting about it is this infrastructure should have been installed for Intel if Intel had moved forward with their expansion. And now we will be doing that infrastructure. And that infrastructure clearly is for our benefit, but it benefits other industries and users in the area. By the installation of that, it actually makes some of your other projects like Intel more robust and ready to move forward if that expansion happens in the future. And so as I look at the benefit, not just us for doing that work, it's a benefit for the area because that infrastructure can now go forward and we do the work that was supposed to be done by somebody beforehand. Now, water savings is the fifth significant benefit. I think you have an excellent staff that heard your concerns very clearly, and they made sure that whether or not, or if this were to go forward as an approval, that it has significant protections in place to not be like all the other horror stories you may have heard about data centers in this across the states. So number one, we have agreed to decommission the water guzzling water chillers today, and we start that work within 60 days. There are 3 water meters of 3 inches on the property today. We've agreed to take those out. We've agreed to only a tier 1 water allocation. We've agreed to a 1-inch water meter, and we've agreed that there'll be no other water-based cooling system but for the closed loop, which means there is no continual use of new water. So regardless of what the true and actual amount is, the reality is it's enough to wash our hands and flush the toilets. Number 6, regarding city benefits, are the tax revenues. I talked about the 2.6 million annually to the city, but also the ability to insure against any future changes going forward. I don't know of anybody else who's made that type of commitment to any city in the state. And then I think about number 7, the performance obligations. I think city was very wise. They said, listen, we need to make sure that you follow through on these commitments. One, we want to see this building tore down. 7 years of empty, obsolete building, an eyesore in the area, it needs to come down. The sooner it comes down, the more shovel ready it is for the type of targeted industries that we want to attract in the area. And so as a result, these performance obligations require us to start demoing the building within the first 6 months. The reason why it's 6 months is it takes a little bit of time to, Micah, de-energize, I think, the right way, these types of power facilities that are in the property. And so upon doing that, we've also agreed that we would build an employment tech park building prior to the C of O for the data center. And the other buildings have deadlines of 2031 and 2032 only because that's the time frame of deliverable power. But if we miss those deadlines, we essentially will be paying the city $425,000 every year until we actually build those buildings. Again, I don't know of another project or development agreement in the history of the city that may have made that type of financial commitment with the reliance and faith of this type of a project. We've agreed to prepay the city $2 million towards utility line relocations. And if the cost to relocate those utility lines exceed the $2 million, we also have agreed that we'll be on the hook for those utility line relocations as well. We've heard really clearly the importance of making sure that those lines are underground and not above ground. And so we will underground all utility electricity lines. Lastly, as I think about the final guarantees, this is a heavy hammer and a great degree of leverage that the city can exercise. The fact that I have to perform with SRP in year 1, or the city can revoke this development agreement and revert the zoning, is a very, very powerful tool at your disposal. 1, it ensures that this is a real project. 2, it ensures that this entitlement doesn't hang around forever if we aren't real and we don't go forward. 3, it protects you against those unknowns and those risks. And so at the end of the day, here are the list of the risks that the city has protected against through this project. 1, you've guaranteed targeted industries in the way you've drafted the development agreement and the zoning steps. You've guaranteed new jobs through the minimum requirement per threshold of square feet, plus the penalty payment that comes along with it. You've guaranteed the water savings not only in the immediate demolition of the water chillers, but in the limitations put on the structure, so it can't be anything more. You've guaranteed power infrastructure, not just for us, but for the broader area who will also rely upon it. You've guaranteed large, significant, ongoing tax revenues, even in the event that future legislation may change that. You've guaranteed against noise impacts by the way you have created your new 2022 data center ordinance. And by putting in that baseline as a measurement tool before we start, you've guaranteed that it can't be any louder than what is already present in the area today. You've locked in very significant key benchmarks in the development and execution of this project. You've secured payments in jobs and in the deliverable buildings, and you've secured a more robust power supply for the immediate area. I almost like I need to say it again because it's something that's unprecedented and rarely seen, if ever, in my experience. Now, I haven't been doing this as long as others, but to me, this is a testament of what Jeff believes he can deliver on this project related to not just the data center, but the 5 employment buildings that come along with it. So Micah did a great job summarizing development agreement commitments. I won't repeat them again. But at the end of the day, what this does is allow city to continue with the branding and image of Price Road Corridor as the next forward-facing advanced technological corridor, a place where we just don't rely on single-user office buildings or semiconductors, but we rely and put ourselves in the future to address and become forward-facing technological employers. The types of buildings that we create attract those types of things, the latency and proximity and the fiber next to them, fulfill them. At the end of the day, I think we provide an asset class that isn't in this corridor, but will guide Chandler's future going ahead. And but for the fact that you've protected yourself against all risks, and I know you didn't do this just for you, you did it for the residents. I can't think of any other reason why we would not approve the case once all these protections are in place. So with that being said, Mayor and Council, I'll end my presentation. And again, I'll repeat, I don't have all the answers, but I'm pretty confident the team with me does.
Thank you, Adam. I want to start on this side. So Angel, if you have any questions, and we'll work our way this way. Sure. Councilmember Poston.
On. There we go. Thank you. I have one question. I'm not sure if it's for you, Adam, or if maybe it needs to go back to Simone with water. One of the things that we're discussing is, that this particular project will reduce the water on that site. One thing that I've been hearing about is that the energy demand for an AI data center actually requires an exponentially larger water use. So I don't know if you can speak to that, or if maybe Simone has some more information, any of our water experts in the room, if that's accurate or not. I know there's been a lot of inaccurate information, but I'd appreciate hearing from our city staff if they know anything about that.
That's not accurate information, so I can't respond any other way to say, one, is not accurate, two, that's not what your development agreement says. So whether even if it were true, your development agreement prohibits that from ever occurring.
Okay. Simone, if you could speak to that.
Sure. Thank you. Through the mayor, Councilmember Poston, I think there are truths in that, insofar as the question you have to ask is, where is the water being used? So that is not true when it comes to Chandler's water resources. However, SRP has to use water to generate power. So I will say that SRP's power generation is hydropower, so it's considered a very sustainable. If you're familiar with the SRP system, they let water out of dams to generate turbine spin, and it generates hydropower. And they use a system where they pump water during times of low energy rates and release water at times that energy rates are needed. So there is definitely power use associated with, water use associated with generating more power. It's just not coming from Chandler's water supplies.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Baugh, I'm looking at the long-term goal of this potential development, and your client is guaranteeing jobs and potential penalties to be paid to the city if they aren't met. That's a big commitment, a very confident one as well. What strategy does your client or time frame have in creating those actual jobs?
It would probably be more appropriate for him to come up and answer that question directly. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
I need to be sworn in, right?
You're good.
Y'all know. Hi.
Say your name for the record, I guess.
Jeff Sigler, founder and CEO of Active Infrastructure, through the mayor, Councilman Encinas. Upon approval of our project, even prior to approval of our project, for the last 2 years since we've owned it, we've had Jones Lang LaSalle International brokerage firm marketing this property for use. But we will continue to work with economic development team as well as city staff to attract the tenants of the property.
Do you have any broad idea of what type of tenant would be potentially brought in?
Sure. There were 2 tenants that wanted to come here, but because of the length of the approval they've gone elsewhere. One to Mesa, and one we don't know yet where they've landed. One was a automated manufacturing center, and the other was a biopharma company.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have for.
Vice Mayor.
This question is for the applicant. Please don't go away, sir. Thank you. There's a lot of questions out there concerning your involvement in the community.
Yes.
Chandler is a very small field city, but also a big city, as you know. And what we look for when someone comes here with a project like that is how involved will they be in our community.
Sure.
And I'm hearing that you don't live here, you don't care about what's happening here in Chandler. Big money coming from New York, big money coming from all over other places.
Please, no applause.
The reason why I wanted to raise this question is because I wanted to give you an opportunity right now. This is the time. We have this room full of people, and then you actually putting yourself on record, public record, stating, because I asked you that question the first time we met. How involved are you in this community? And I know your past, saying that at one point you wanted to be an orthopedic surgeon. And so you wanted to help people. And so here you are before us today talking about this huge billions of dollar project. So can you explain, where do you stand within those lines as far as community involvement here in Chandler?
Sure. I mean, when I founded Active Infrastructure about 4 years ago, we are based on community centric. We are in the community. People say from New York, yes, I live in New York. I could probably declare residency in Arizona, save a lot of tax money, how often I've been here. Your police department, there's 1.2 million square feet of vacancy right now on Price Road Corridor. There's a building that's, I think the owner is getting paid by 10, but it's vacant, 7-story, that when I showed up at the building, we bought the building, so the first thing that I would do is I would let the police come in and use it for training. So every week, do you want to stop?
Audience, please, I ask for no comments. Respect our speakers. Thank you.
Fine. Because what we have found in other communities, before we demo a building, the police and the fire department, they don't get the opportunity to use buildings like this for training. And it's amazing that I think there's about 300 Chandler police officers and Mesa officers that have been using the building every week. They use our building in the parking lot for felony stops. One of them mentioned that they had trouble getting a piece of equipment. I personally paid for that for them to protect them. We are in. The meeting that we were at after our planning and zoning, you had I forgot the name of the organization, but emailed John and said, John, for next year, we're already ready to fund it. It was for when the kids were coming back to school. Forgot the name of what it was. Sorry.
Mayor, Council, I believe he's talking about one community, the return to school, the backpack event we had at the beginning of the year for one Chandler.
Yeah. Because I looked at the graph that was on there. I didn't see a single company on Price Road Corridor that had donated. So we've committed to that already. We're going to do that. So as we see projects in the community that the community needs, we try to respond proactively and quickly. When it comes to the development side, I've said it, I think, to everyone on the dais, my phone number goes on the side of our building. If there's a problem, I want to hear about it. I did it in Delaware when we redeveloped a project that was surrounded by a community. We got 7 calls. One of them was a marriage proposal to me. My wife did not like that one. But we wanted to know if there was an issue so we could take care of it immediately. And I think you could call up anyone in Newcastle in that area right now, and they would say that we were a good steward of the community. When there was an issue, we responded, and we tried to proactively prevent the issues.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much for your response. At this time, Mayor, I don't have any other questions, but I might circle back.
Councilmember Orlando.
Thank you, Mayor. Did we ever, thank you for your presentation. Let's talk about the water. What exactly is how much water do you use per day?
So thank you for bringing up that question, Councilman Orlando. That application was based off of a 2-inch water meter. After, as we've agreed to, we're down to a 1-inch water meter. Simone, I don't know off the top of my head what can flow through, but I did a little, went back to my geometry, the circumference of a circle, right? A 2-inch water meter, you can fit 4 times as much water through that meter than a 1-inch meter. So in theory, and again, I don't know if you know it off the top of your head, the maximum that we could put through that meter is approximately, on average, 12,000 gallons a day, max of 25,000 gallons. That's what's allowed. We anticipate probably using about 5,000 gallons for domestic use.
I think we're getting into kind of guessing math here. I would say you can move 50,000 gallons per day through a 1-inch meter. It's getting into the upper end of that's stretching the ability of a 1-inch meter, but it is physically possible to do it. It's just it's not ideal. If you're planning to use that much water, you would not normally install a 1-inch meter. And I do think it's fair to say that at the time that the application was submitted, we were expecting a 2-inch meter for the data center, and the 48,000 gallons was my advice to say, if you don't know, just put the maximum that keeps you within the tier 1 allocation. So that wasn't necessarily a projection of water use. It was my explaining to the applicant that this is the maximum that you're allowed to use if you want to stay within our tier 1 allocation. But it is possible to move that much water through a 1-inch meter.
All right, so look, I don't want to get down to too details. You build data centers. How much water does data center use per day?
This is going to use somewhere average 3,000 gallons to 5,000 gallons
A day. Okay. All right. Look, what is an AI data center and why is this important to us? I have data centers on Price Road Corridor. Explain to me what's going on here.
Sure. The whole Cyrus One campus for their website is 168 megawatts. So that site is 5 times the size of where we're putting our data center. Yet we are approximately 80% of the compute power in that one building. So you're consolidating everything into this denser building. As it relates to why AI here, on your study session earlier in the week, you talked about putting more fiber in, and there was a fiber issue in 2018 where an errant contractor shut down. I think it was said half of Chandler lost communication. That is the key aspect to a lot of our tenants. There's guaranteed connection. If you can put your building next to our building, there's not going to be an errant contractor that severs that line. And you don't have to listen to me about what could happen to Intel if their data center goes down. Their wafers could be completely garbage. So putting it on the same site allows us to meet the requirements of a controlled fiber line. There's also the latency side. Latency, people say you put it 40, 50 miles away. For large language model AI training, that can be 40, 50 miles away. ChatGPT can be 40, 50 miles away. When you put it in, it's fine. People accept that it takes a couple seconds for it to come back. But the highly automated equipment that is instantaneously reading something, seeing, is that well correct? If not, got to correct it, right? It cannot take anything over 2 milliseconds, is what the standard is for most of our clients for that kind of operation.
So what is the distance that a building has to be away from, the maximum distance building has to be away from to take advantage of that speed?
Depending upon the fiber length, right? Unfortunately, fiber does not go as a crow flies. It goes through existing conduits. If you don't have an obligation for a requirement for your own dedicated line, typically 13 fiber kilometers is the maximum that we've seen.
Okay. So about 8 miles.
As full direction, yes.
Right. And can you amplify that?
Say again?
Can you amplify that?
As you amplify, you will still have degradation of signal.
But it may be good enough if you're 20 miles away, 30 miles away, correct?
I just go with what our clients requires.
Say again?
What the clients require is the maximum distance.
Okay. So how long will it take you to build this building?
For the shell, or from start to finish,
Just tell me how long will it take you to build the data center?
approximately 24 months.
So you got 2 years to build this data center, and you have approximately 5 to 6 years before you get power. What are you going to do for those 4 years that you don't have full power?
We haven't even started our building permit process with the city of Chandler. So we need to go through before we can put a shovel in the ground. Still a significant process, as well as you need to procure the materials that go in there. Just because we can build it in 24 months, a lot of electrical equipment has lead times that could be just as long.
Okay, you're getting, look, let's keep this high level.
Yeah.
I came from this industry. All right, I understand this industry. I understand latency. I used to put satellites in sky. I get it. It's going to take you, but this is purely a business case. You said 24 months. I say go tonight, 24 months. I'll give you 36 months. All right, because of who knows? Cement's not available. You still got 3 years, and that's directly from SRP before you power this unit up. What are you going to do for those 3 years?
I mean, we are not, for the response that went back to the council, I think yesterday, we've committed that we're not going to bring on site generation, turbines, and reciprocal engines if that is where you're leading to, Councilman Orlando. At the
Okay.
same time, electric utilities supply is consistently changing. So, for instance, our project, we don't need those 230 kV lines that we're fully paying for. Intel is connected to the 69 kV line that comes down Old Price Road. That is where our power is coming from. But in order to utilize that, we need to replace the connection that they currently have to the 69 with this new 230 kV line. So if Intel, they'll have that extra 230 kV, which will have additional redundancy and power on there, and then they'll be able to come off the 69 kV line that's adjacent to our site.
All right. So, but you're still not full capacity.
Excuse me?
You still won't be at full capacity. If I put, say, 2 buildings go up, you have 2 customers that go into that area. You still won't be at full capacity, correct?
Possible.
Okay. So the problem is you won't be able to serve that customer, potentially. And I guess I'm looking at it as a business case. You're telling me you've lost 2 customers because you didn't have a data center there. That's fine. I get that. I'm sorry that happened. But by the same token, you're telling me it's going to be at least 6 years before you're full capacity. Tell me what customer is going to wait around for 6 years if they could potentially go somewhere else. And how are you going to capture that customer base?
There's demand for this product here. We have worked with utility companies throughout the country. Today they may be saying 6 years. We are hoping that changed. That's changed in other markets right now, as other projects that may have been in the queue have fell off. For instance, the cluster study was 7.2 gigawatts. It's my understanding now it's already down to 5, as groups have removed themselves from the cluster study, which could open up more power in this area. But we haven't been able to have those conversations yet because we can't provide the certainty for the delivery.
Okay.
You can plan on that certainty, 6 years, whatever it may be. You can plan for that. Once we get through the approval process, we will move forward.
All right. So I guess the other thing I'm looking at is from a bigger picture. This industry is over leveraged AI. I just got back from a visit to Wall Street, talking to many analysts, and they're concerned about the bubble because of the investment dollars. So that's one thing. Please, folks, this isn't other cities. Chandler's a very well-run city. We have great residents here. We respect people up here. So please, let's keep this to a professional level. It's leverage. And the other thing the analysts were saying, and again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, sir. You're coming here to tell me this is a great deal. I got trust out there. We just passed a $475 million bond election because they trust us with 70% approval. These people trust us out here, okay? That's why we're here. So I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just taking a level of economics, not planning and zoning, not water usage, not electric usage. You got a $2.5 billion investment, $2 billion. I don't know what the number was. How are you going to pay that back over the next 5 years? How are you going to pay your creditors back when there's no income coming in?
The $2.5 billion.
Whatever. How much is your project costing?
That's spent as we're building it. So if we're delivering it in 6 years, we're going to be spending that over the next 6 years. At that point, the income starts coming in to pay back the debt.
So you're going to wait, a creditor's going to wait 6 years to pay back the debt?
Well, we're under the assumption that we're taking the debt out day one.
So they took the debt out as a creditor.
Yeah, but we're not taking the debt out day one.
Okay, so how much is this? You need to come up with $275 million just to get electric, right? Then you need to get your building built within 2 years, which is how much it's going to cost you roughly?
Approximately $400 million.
400 million. So now you're 600 and almost $700 million, and you haven't paid your creditors back. You got deep pockets?
I don't have deep pockets, no matter what.
Your investors do.
Yes.
I mean, Matt, that line of question isn't necessarily appropriate for a land use case. His investment model, the people behind his project, you're going to a level beyond what is proper and appropriate for a hearing like this.
Fair enough, Adam, and I said that earlier. I just had a housing case no more than a couple of minutes ago where someone comes in here and says, I got a corner over here, Arizona and Chandler Boulevard. We're going to build this beautiful 7-story building. 3.5 years later, it's zero and they backed out. We went through a lot of pain to get that developed. We went through a lot of pain to get that approved. I don't know if this is going to happen. And if you're losing customers because you don't have speed to market, you can't tell me here, at least convince me, you're going to spend this much upfront money, Adam, and say this is viable. I'm sorry. I don't buy it. And one other thing, Adam, I'm sorry. You and I talked, look, Adam, you and I talked about this ad nauseum for the last 7-8 months. I said to you, I don't care about the water, we'll fix that. I don't care about the noise, we can fix that. I do care about it, but we can mitigate those things. You can't give me a viable business case. And that's my concern. I've been saying that since day one. No viable business case. And I'm saying here, I'm going to prove this because I trust you. I'm sorry. I'm done with my questions, Mayor.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions just in terms of your engagement and your outreach. The previous slide showed that there was about 9 people that showed up for for the engagement to talk about it, and then there was another, I think it was 12. And I may be off just a little bit, but the engagement based on the public outreach was very low. And today we have a very high engagement level. And my question to you is, what do you think the disconnect is between the time that you held your public meetings to where we are today?
I mean,
I'll answer it. Well, there was 1,000 pieces of mail sent 3 different times. So 3 different opportunities for mail to go out. Something interesting happened after the Planning Commission. There was a mass mailer that we didn't create or produce that went far greater than the boundaries of this project. And then from that point, a concerted effort to continue to broadcast that. And I think that sparked new interest beyond what the mailing radius was.
I have 192 different files that I've read, 192 pages here, and a lot from various aspects. I think a part of this a part of the concern that I have is the lean on the infrastructure. And perhaps there's a disconnect in the engagement. Because I've seen this before. I've seen these type of songs and dance, and I think that maybe the engagement and the level of reach out should have increased. And I do understand that you may have been underneath heavy opposition. You don't have to tell me about opposition. I know about opposition. So, but I do think through resiliency is a part of the combating this. But I'm going to have the city clerk enter this 192 pages into the record. But what I want to see happen, what I would like to see happen is that engagement happens, because the reality is that anytime there's any business, it doesn't really matter if it's across the street or up or down, any city limit business, all the taxpayers subsidizes that business infrastructure. And I think we talked about it, and we talked about the transfer station, and we talked about the supplement that that will happen. But I think the reality is that what we're dealing with, that it does come with everyone. So it doesn't matter if you live on the other side of town, you're still going to be a part of approving, because it's a part of our utility system. And a part of that rate and part of that business model will be a lien on our infrastructure. So I just kind of wanted to, I'm going to allow you to respond, but I just kind of, this outreach that normally, I think typically typical businesses, they reach out to that area, and then that's what happened. I think this is what was going on. You reached out to that radius of area, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. You reached out to that radius of area, and that was the feedback based on that radius of area. And what you're saying to me today is that a single resident or people reached out to a larger radius of the area of Chandler to get more buy-in. And this is why we're here today, and this is why the numbers were low. So I guess my question is that, do you think that you still need to continue to reach out and talk to the neighbors in the larger areas so that way they can have that understanding versus coming to council and saying we're ready for our case to go through? Do you think there should be more outreach out there and getting that buy-in versus coming to us? Because it's kind of, we're in a delicate dance right now. You're asking us to do something that our voters are saying no to. And I want to make sure that you understand the dance that you're asking us in the hierarchy. You understand how this works. They're the bosses. I'm just the middle guy. It don't really matter about me. It matters about what they say. And so I'm just trying to, and this is not me trying to lecture you. I know you're a very intelligent person. I just kind of want to know, there is a big miss, and I see it. And I can't ignore it. Like, if I could, I would. I can't even ignore it. It's in my face. It's on my social media. I mean, they follow me in the grocery store and told me, make sure you vote no. I mean, that's the intense level that we've had. So please, no pause, please. So I just kind of want to ask you, do you think you're ready today to bring this forward? Or do you think that maybe you should spend a little bit more time with the residents and explaining to them what you're looking to do, how that works, get all the numbers, come with, look at your viable business plan. If we're talking about that, look at everything that you're doing. Do you think it'd be possible if you went back out there and talked to them? You think that could be possible? And then you can kind of get on the same page and answer and address their concerns before you bring it to us. Do you think that's possible?
Certainly, I think you make a great point, and it is possible. One of the challenges is we have to perform with the time frame that SRP gives us. So that's what propels it forward at this moment today. With in a different circumstance, without that sort of deadline looming over us, there would have been an opportunity to do more of that.
Adam, you're a great attorney. I think that you understand what you're saying to me today is I understand that you have a time frame. But also, if we don't consider what they're saying today and your business timeline, oftentimes in this business, it doesn't always match. And I understand the frustration that could come with SRP. Perhaps that's another conversation for a different day. But I would like you to put our customers first. I would like you to put our residents first. I would like you to put their voices first. I would like you to put their concerns first. Putting aside the business model, put them first. I think that is probably the best approach. And guess what? Maybe maybe there is a win solution for you. But today you're asking me to do something because of your timeline. It's gonna really be hard for me to kind of. I'm trying to get there with you today. I'm staying open minded, but it's really hard. I haven't heard how that happens tonight with all these individuals, whether they're right, wrong, or indifferent. They still have so many concerns on it, and I probably have more concerns just listening. But just can you talk to that a little bit? I want to allow you that opportunity.
Councilman Harris, I'm not sure what you want me to say. Other than your point is noted.
Thank you.
This is a project that deserves greater outreach beyond what I think the mailing requirement is. I think one of the challenges is the expediency in which we have to proceed. One of the other issues are the facts should speak for the case. And I can appreciate where your directive is as a council member responding to your constituents. You have to do what you feel is the right thing to do for you. All I want to do is present a good land use case and the facts that support the land use case. You make excellent points, ones that will be noted as we proceed, if we proceed, or another case in the future.
Yeah, I just I'm gonna say this. There's every person that comes into our community, no matter who they are, understand that we're in government. Our job is to give our voters the best quality of life that we can give. It doesn't matter if it was just one person here having issues about noise or about water or about these things. I would probably still move the same way because that's my job, is to amplify their voice because they don't have the opportunity to sit here on the dais and have it amplified. And that's what I'm doing tonight. And this has nothing to do with me personally. I have a lot of personal feelings and opinions, but that's not what I'm here to do tonight. Tonight is to do a job which is to represent the people of Chandler, and that my amplifying of their voices heard tonight and my voice is reduced. So it doesn't even really matter to me. I do live in that area too. I probably have a separate opinion, but unfortunately I didn't opt out of this conversation. But I would just say this to you. I think that I understand that you're up against the water, and I understand. I would think that, to me, a better direction would be to go talk to the voters, because if you choose to continue on and things doesn't look that great right now, but if you continue to move on, you're not gonna have been able to really hear from them. And I hear that, Jeff, you want to come in the community and you want to do some amazing things. Let this be your first step forward in doing those amazing things that I hear that you want to do. Because I think, to me, that's a sign of good faith, and I think that would lend good faith to everyone that you really want to do those things. If we forget about the money, forget about big business, just to focus on the people, get them where they need to get to, come back to us with something that that also adds the people in their voice, I think that can be another day for a greater conversation. So thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. I didn't know if they want to respond or anything.
I'll respond. You're 100% correct. You're 100% correct. But at the same time, I read all 194. It's on the web, so I think it's already in the record in this search, right? So I think it's your job to make a decision based on the facts, not necessarily emotion. For instance, in those letters, there's 200 and something times where it talked about how we're going to be using an abundant amount of water. All these facts, which we've not only have we said we're going to do it, we're legally binding ourselves to do it, where we are not going to use water for cooling. So right now we're using 12 on average, 1 million gallons a month to cool an empty building. Did the back of the envelope calculation, 1,500 employees, 30 gallons a day. When Northrop was operational, they were using 17 million in additional gallons just for their domestic use before they used a single gallon for any of the process. So that building was likely using in excess of 30 million gallons a year. So when we look at the facts that we've presented to you and the legally binding agreement that we've agreed to, where we've looked at what are the risks to the city, and city staff did an excellent job of twisting our arm, of getting us to this area, of negotiating a very good development agreement that de-risks a lot of the risks that are out there. So when I read through those, I saw a lot of facts that were repeats of a mailing that went out or that was posted on Nextdoor, on Facebook, whatever it may be. People are going to make a decision, or people are going to send those for what they read. Could we have gone out to the woman that was on Channel 12 this morning and lives 7 miles away on that side? Yes. I think Adam actually corrected when we went out for the notice. Originally, it was a quarter mile that the city told you, and we went out to the half a mile as required for the PAD. And there is no limitation to how much we went out there. And I think the people that showed up at our meetings, some of them came in against the project, but once they talked with us and understood what we were doing, they kind of came back and said, you know what, this is a reasonable redevelopment. We don't hide. Our information's on the web. People could easily have emailed me. There's reporters in the room that emailed me, hounded me for the last couple of weeks for comments. So I don't hide. They easily could have reached out, but they get a piece of information in the mail and they believe it as gospel when it's full of facts that aren't necessarily true.
Thank you. Jennifer Hopkins, Councilmember.
Hey guys, I just want to say thank you for coming tonight. Appreciate it. All the information and feedback you've provided. I believe I have all of my questions answered at this point, so no problem.
I guess still me. Don't go away, Anna. Not going to lecture you. I did just one of your slides. I think the gallium nitride is about 100 jobs, not 750. So NXP is not shutting down in Chandler. It's just this one application of 5G is my understanding on that. So in case you're presenting this in the future, otherwise. Really there's been a lot of conversation here and thank you guys. This isn't easy for you guys being here and I appreciate the work you've done and the work you're doing. I do want to know, just jobs in the data center, you brought up the whole picture of the entire site. So the immediate, what are we talking before the rest of the stuff comes in? What's your best guess, Mr. Ziegler?
That'd be the data center plus the building directly north of it, 2 stories.
Oh, the data center and then.
You know, I think it's in the.
What's your best guess?
We have it in the economic development. Data center somewhere in the 50 to 80.
Okay. Thank you. And then the other one again, I guess it's to be decided.
Those are FTEs on site. That's not the ancillary jobs that are associated with service providers and those.
The one to the north is, minimum square footage, 2 per 1,000 jobs. You can do the math and figure that out.
Yeah. I don't have any other questions at this point. I want to thank you guys. You're probably been roasted. You're almost, I could stick a pin in you and you'd be done. But we do have a number of comments that we're going to go to that. And then Mr. Ball, certainly give you a chance to talk at the end. All right. I'm going to start with, since several of you filled out comment cards rather than talking, and I'm going to read these. So Travis White, Center is a huge draw on our Chandler electric water, no benefit. Lisa Wright, as a longtime Chandler resident, I strongly oppose the data center. Arizona's limited water supply should not be strained. This should only cause hardship on Chandler residents, causing less resources, higher water electric bills for us. I'll stop there. I'm not going to get into negative on people. Rachel Wright, the AI data center would not provide tangible or intangible benefits to Chandler residents. The only people being benefited are corporations and those being paid by them. The AI data center would in fact harm Chandler residents, as it would create a scarcity of electricity, water for the average resident that is completely unnecessary. Kathleen Chen, heavily opposed construction of an AI data center being approved in the city of Chandler. This decision doesn't take into account increased electric bills, noise, light, water pollution, et cetera, that would negatively impact Chandler citizens. Christina LeVar, the data center is not going to do anything positive for our community. It will use our resources and only temporarily create, I'm sorry, she's against it. Melanie Martinez. This section is growing insanely fast, and there's not enough or no research or legislation to protect citizens who live in Chandler and surrounding areas. The power that the data center use will cause blackouts, droughts, or worse. Something citizens or resources, water, etc. They're hidden and unmitigated changes. I imagine the infrastructure cost and upgrades are already cities experiencing these issues. Judith Coburn suggesting a moratorium on data centers until power options paid by the data centers are discussed. I thought we discussed that here. AI is desiring blanket liability protection. It's centralized and states are being forbidden to be able to regulate it. This is not democratic. The amount of water and power this will use is immeasurable. Lisa Palumbo, sorry, I didn't say your name first. Russell Allen, water use is inappropriate, especially since no long-term jobs will be provided. Julie Sakowski, aside from reaping the benefits of data centers to infrastructure is speculation. The cons outweigh the benefits. Patricia Horan, we should give people these we should give them small pens. They're smaller. It's just they're hard to write. Hard to read when they kind of glom together with Sharpies. I'm against the data center because of the amount of electricity it will take and the water we use. Patricia, Helen, Sarah Allen, AI. Oh, great penmanship, Sarah. Sarah Allen. AI data centers consume massive amounts of water. We're experiencing climate change, and the Colorado River Basin states still have not been resolved. The water allotment issues are found a way to share our limited resources of the Colorado River. Sarah, give lessons on penmanship to us. Amelia Young opposes. Julie Kohaney, have you visited a neighborhood with a data center to talk to the people living nearby? Have you rescheduled the NVIDIA Blackwell chip that will require more energy and water? Have you researched? I'm sorry, not rescheduled. Julie Colaby. Deborah Nakota, we're opposed to water usage, noise pollution, energy overload, and extra cost to residents. They're not tax exempt from sales tax. Miranda Milovich, just because we can build something, it doesn't mean we should. Please protect our water health. Do not move forward with proposed center. The amount of jobs added will not be worth the additional damage. Additionally, the jobs created will be temporary. The amount of water used to cool will continue. We live in a desert. The data center is going to increase enemy needs and cause taxpayers money while they provide zero benefits. Ty Kuna, as a resident of Chandler, born and raised, I'm writing to say no to data centers to be built here and using our resources. If you care for your constituents, you'll reject this proposition. That's to us, not to you. Diana Hung, I oppose the construction of the data buildings in Chandler. Rachel Begowski, I oppose the data center due to concerns about energy bills, environment, potential health impacts. Daniel Felix, I'm against pollution and increased energy costs. Simple as that. Sharma Larson, no on rezoning for AI data center. Andy Hofer, strongly oppose environmental risk, water, power, cost, employment. Sohigla Ahmadi, oppose. Mohammed Kusari, oppose. Sue McInturf, concerned with noise. Are the proposed 1,000 jobs in AZ and are the jobs at this facility? Unknown person, I'm not going to read if it's not a name on there. Teresa Torpus, oppose. Marissa Rosales, I oppose building an AI data center in Chandler. We don't have water or electricity resources, and residents won't be able to afford electricity in the summer. We can't justify AI data centers in the deserts. Josh Askey, already zoned one way, and data centers won't produce that many jobs. Lisa Askey, please say no to data center. Finn Home, constructing a data center on Price Road will be a use of land, and it would not create as many jobs as we're thinking, innovative sectors, and it won't be sustainable. Ryan Foster, as a homeowner in Akatia, I oppose the construction of DC so close to the community, noise pollution, no high-paying jobs. Pand Ricketts, I support AI data center. That was a support. Deal Elford, the proposal will negatively affect our community's resources, and I would rather invest in sustainable and renewable resources. Stephanie Mahoney, I'm opposed to the AI data center. We need to fill that space with manufacturing or business that provides jobs. There already have too many data centers in the area. David Boyles, I am opposed to the construction of a data center because this is a boondoggle that will not benefit anyone except tech billionaires who do not live in our community. Please watch either The Music Man or the monorail episode of The Simpsons. Thank you, David, for the comic relief. That was good. Hannah Bose, I grew up here and now have so many memories at city events. As adults, I work with the next generation and they deserve the same, if not better. Another data center will divert resources and have catastrophic health, environmental, and financial consequences. Cassandra Ebersole, I've been a resident here for 2 years. This city is such an amazing culture. The data center will not improve, but absolutely destroy it. These companies are full of empty promises, short-term solutions that are not sustainable. Please do not allow them to ruin our community, take over limited resources. Ed Warnick, the data center is the opposite of what is in the master plan. We need more housing, not a data center that will take money and electricity. Carla Hofer, opposed. Michaela Quinn, I urge council to oppose the proposed data center as it is not a good deal for Chandlerites. Data centers are high energy users, which increase rates for utilities, ratepayers uncertain how much H2O. Syed Nasser Raza, data centers will take away valuable water resources. It's likely increase water rates. There will be environmental disaster for Chandler, Arizona. Karen Robinson, we're not in support of the proposed AI data center due to the facts that water and electric bills for residents will significantly increase. Water in the desert is scarce. There must be pushback on this initiative. Deborah Vorney, our family opposes the development of this data center. It is concerning for the electric bill, power grid strain, water waste in the desert, jobs, air quality, etc. These are bad for Arizona. Laura Covey, or Brian Covey, we oppose the development of an AI data center we already have 10 data centers, and the AI data center is not the same. This will not bring many jobs. It will be noisy, take up a lot of space to only consume more energy. Water that Arizona does not have, raise rates for residents. Last one. Benjamin Hassler. While I do think AI can help certain ways, it impacts currently are just so toxic. Spreading late by social media users without having to write it themselves, taking creativity, soul, and passion from artists and writers like myself. I poured my heart and soul into that stuff. Oh, I accidentally, he doesn't like them. But he ends with happy holidays. Okay, these are more, okay, these ones too? Okay. Okay. Christina Plum, I'm a student at CGCC College studying IT. Please invest more in local job creations. Nicole Hamilton, I think the zoning and construction of data centers in Chandler will drive money away from local residents after temporary construction jobs have been completed, so we will be left with very few permanent positions. Sarah Scooter, these items are something and go against Chandler's best interest. Not to mention, this was voted on by the people. It needs to change a general election should be heard. Okay. Caitlin Wagner, I'm a longtime resident from Chandler, and the city has become more and more expensive. These centers will only continue to raise prices for residents, negatively impact the environment. Mohammed Kusari opposes. So Holig Ahmadi opposes. Carla Hofer opposes. Andy Hofer opposes. William for an Akatil Neighborhood Coalition opposes. And he has a number, a whole bunch of other things that I'm not going to read at this point. All right. We are now at the
Mayor.
Speaking.
Mayor, I wanted my 192 pages read into the record too.
I'm not reading those in. They did not show up to fill out a speaker card. People here have skin in this game. Okay. I'm going to give anybody who wants to speak, if you're still here, up to 2 minutes. I encourage you, I think we understand the general thought. You can easily say, I'm against this, and we will understand just the same. So the first one up is Jason Dompson. If you'd come up and state what city you live in. Next will be Albert Villapando after him. So you have up to 2 minutes. When it turns yellow, wrap up. State your name and where you live.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jason Dempsey, and I'm here to voice my strong support for the rezoning request that would allow construction of a new data center facility in our community. I currently live in Santan Valley. One of the most significant strengths of this project is a commitment to using union labor throughout the construction phase. Building a data center is not a typical construction effort. It requires advanced electrical systems, highly precise cooling infrastructure, strict safety planning, and complex mechanical installations. These are areas where union labor excels. The training, certification, and professionalism that union tradespeople bring to the job ensure that a project of this technical caliber is built safely, efficiently, and to the highest standards. There are several clear benefits to relying on union labor. First, the quality and precision of the work. Union workers complete rigorous apprenticeships and ongoing education, which leads to consistent craftsmanship and fewer delays or rework. Second, safety. Data center construction involves high voltage electrical work and specialized equipment, and union crews follow proven safety practices that reduce risk on the job site. Third, reliability and accountability. Unions provide a steady, qualified workforce from start to finish, helping keep the schedule on track and guaranteeing that all code and environmental and performance standards are met. Beyond construction, this project also offers long-term economic benefits. Data centers generate substantial property tax revenue while placing minimal demand on city services. They have low traffic impacts and serve as a quiet, efficient land uses that complement surrounding development. And by supporting union labor, the city strengthens its local workforce and reinforces a pipeline of skilled trades that will support future growth across Chandler. For these reasons, I respectfully encourage the council to approve the rezoning request.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you for your time and consideration.
Yeah. Did we skip yellow on that one?
Yeah, my yellow light didn't work, but I'll fix it.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. Albert, I'm going to save you for the end. Let me get through these and we'll end with the two positives, if that's okay. Who are in favor of this? I do have a few more speaker cards on this. Sarah Hines, I heavily oppose the building of the AI data centers in Chandler as a Chandler resident, especially as it impacts the utilities of residents and uses water and needs in a desert state. Harley Cohn, data centers are damaging to the environment and taxpayers are mostly there for their basic needs. I strongly oppose the building of a data center in Chandler. Cristo Jimenez against data, water and energy resources in the state of Arizona. Okay, back to speaker. Sarah Covey. Sarah Covey, she's still here? Is she gone? Okay. She's, all right. I'll go to the next and we'll pull her up next. Okay. Sarah? Next one up will be Noah James. Sarah, state your name and the municipality you call home. You have up to 2 minutes to share. But again, you can just do less.
Okay, gotcha. That's fine. My name is Sarah Covey. I currently live in Tempe, Arizona, but I was born and raised in Chandler, and I've lived there like over 20 years. My family's home is on Dobson and Warner, so it's not too far away from this data center. I personally have a lot of concerns about the data center. I know the presentation addressed many of those, but one of the things that I'm still confused about is the SRP protections to consumers. I know that they were talking about like it was the SRP 67 plan, and I'm just wanting to know like these protections for consumers, like are they for a lifetime? Like how long is that going to last? Because Arizona doesn't currently have a law to protect consumers from AI charges. So I just wonder, like, we're kind of leaving us at the whim of the company. So I'm kind of confused about that. And I mean, it does look like there's job creation, but from what I understand with AI in general, it kind of, as time goes on, there's less jobs that are being created because they're becoming more automated. So I'm wondering like how good that job security is, and like with the uncertainty of AI in the future, like is this really going to make sense to invest in? Like, is this data center going to go beyond like 15 years? Is that like really long enough guarantee for us to invest in this as a city? And with the evaporative cooling, the cooling, like the closed loop cooling, like, are they going to use additives to treat that water? Where is that wastewater going to go? With the power being generated by like the substation, is that going to affect the air quality?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Adam, I presume you're taking notes if there's anything you want to say on your final comments to address. Okay. Noah, state your name and what city you live. You have up to 2 minutes. Please share something unique or say you agree.
Aloha, Mayor, and
Hello.
to the rest of the City Council. My name is Noah James Markham, and I reside in the great blue city of Tempe. I have a few concerns about this AI data center and this dilemma. It's going to produce a lot of jobs, but as this guy out here, that I just don't see anything good about this data center, and This guy has a lot of money, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. And another thing, it's not gonna produce anything here. And I also heard, if we don't approve this, then Donald Trump, the President Donald Trump, will do something himself. And I don't need his name around here at all. Also, Kristen Cinema, you came here to support because why? You're a Trump fan, and you switched from the Democratic Party to Independent Party to bend down to President Donald Trump. That's why you got booted out after your term and replaced with a new Democrat.
I'm going to ask you relate to the data center comments, please. If you can.
Wasn't Kristen Cinema here supporting,
She
Mayor?
was, but that's not the merits of this case that you're addressing.
But she was here to support it, right?
She's
So
not the
she's
case.
important to this, right, Mayor?
She's not the case before us, but please proceed.
Also, water is very limited here in Arizona, and we can't just be like God, give us more water, because he won't be back to earth till he does get back. So we need to conserve it. Mahalo and thank you very much.
Thank you, Noah. Dominic Carter. And then Christina Plum. Dominic. All right, and then Christina's up next. State your name and what city you call home.
For sure. Hello, my name is Dominic Carter. I am a resident of Tempe, and thank you all for allowing me to speak. Ultimately, the water this data center consumes is the same water that Tempe residents use, same water that all residents in Arizona use. And so I think we need to understand that water is a very precious resource in this desert, and we should be looking for new ways to conserve rather than waste it. Then we also have the power consumption issue. The power consumption of this new data center will be gigantic. With rising rates across the valley due to some APS and soon to be SRP rate increases, the current affordability crisis that is affecting all Americans will only make this entire situation worse. We should not be approving this rezoning. Families are already struggling to pay for rent, pay for groceries, pay for childcare, pay for healthcare. Having to pay more for their utilities is not going to help them. This data center would increase those utility bills. And before, we had a gentleman come up here and he was saying that he would allow the police to do more training on their grounds. I think what the people really need is affordable housing and affordable food. We need city-owned grocery stores and things that will actually help the people rather than solutions that, in my opinion, don't really help them. All in all, I think Arizona does not need another data center. I think we need to look at what the people want and really listen to what your voters are saying and really understand the ramifications of approving a plan like this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next up, you know, Christina Prum. Christina Prum, followed by Ozzy Brown, perhaps. Oh, something, Obi Brown. But Christina Prum. Again, state your name and the city you're from, and you have up to 2 minutes to talk.
Hello, Council. My name is Christina Prum. I'm going to keep this very brief. I am a student here in Chandler. I work in IT at the local community college, and I actually plan to intern here at the city as well. I believe that's important to emphasize that I am a local resident. I also say this to emphasize that I am not against technology, nor am I against innovation. At the same time, I'm not going to pretend that I'm some sort of expert in AI, machine learning, data centers, or even sustainability. But what I am certain about is that I am extremely proud to be a Chandler resident of our city's continued growth, and I plan to be a resident here for a long time. I am against the rezoning because I believe that this data center will be taking away future job opportunities for Chandler students. Data centers are notorious for having low worker density. Also, I did sit here and I watched the presentation. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard that there will be 30 to 50 full-time opportunities. So what's going to happen 10, 20 years from now for students like me that want to get into the local Chandler workforce and Chandler is investing in our students. We want to invest back into the city, into our community, and please continue to make decisions to help us do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Obi Brown? Hi, state your name and where you reside, which city you're part of.
Hi, my name is Ori Brown, and I am a Tempe resident. So why do I care? Why am I here today? I am a SRP user. This means that these costs that will be directly affecting me and my community as well. These decisions that are being made here today will affect people all over the valley, and it is these people that will be paying for SRP and other providers who will have to find a way to afford this. It is not safe in Arizona to just not turn on the air conditioning in Arizona. It's doable during the winter. It is not any other time of the year. And I will not have it nearly as bad as someone who lives here and pays taxes here. Unlike people who may be present here today who are able to afford it, I do not simply watch as my utilities go up. SRP has raised its rates effectively every year since 2021, which has led to an increase of 24%. I do not turn on the power because of this, even when it is not necessarily the safest to be doing that. This has led to several medical scares that have not been okay to happen under any reason, much less in order to have more AI, which we already have a surplus of. As an educator, I've seen the impact of our youth being just glued to screen all day instead of using their growing brains. I've seen my education at ASU fall apart because of the university making a contract with OpenAI. So now the professors get paid more in order to just promote generative AI. And while I'm just a college student, I am definitely not an expert. I do in fact know how to listen to other experts who have been able to prove that these impacts have been said over and over again tonight are real and that they will make an impact on our communities. I hope that everyone sitting here before me today, for the sake of their jobs, would choose people over profits instead of the other way around.
Thank you. Next up, Jim Wolfsweiger, followed by Patricia Pegling. Jim Wolfsweiger. All right, state your name, what city you live in. You have up to 2 minutes to share your thoughts.
Hello, esteemed members of the City Council and Mayor. My name is Jem Wolfschweiger. I am a longtime Chandler resident and a proud graduate from the Chandler Unified School District. Go Knights! As well as a current ASU student, I'm sure that you've heard my concerns before, and you will hear them again. The concerns about the power bill, our dwindling water supply, the pollution level. These are all concerns that the data center, in my belief, has not addressed adequately enough. I can only hope that you will listen to the people. And so many amazing people in our community have stepped up to show their opposition. I know many of the people in this room here today. I also heard the quality of life for my 2 disabled parents. We moved here in 2017 because of the amazing air quality, the amazing water quality of this city, and it has helped them both immensely. The pollution provided by this data center would make us have to reevaluate living in the city in which my parents intend to spend the rest of their lives. I do not wish to do that to them. So please, to listen on behalf of the people who have overwhelmingly shown that they oppose this, to your voters and to folks like my parents who could not be in this esteemed building tonight. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Next up, Patricia I'm sorry, I can't read. There you go. Please state your name and what city you call home.
Hello, Mayor, Council. Thank you so much. Patricia Paluca. I need Sarah's handwriting lesson. I live in Chandler, right near Dobson and Warner. If everyone behind me that opposes could just raise their hands or sign really high so that everyone can see. The lawyer that was here spoke very eloquently, get him into politics quick, about how we're just here basing everything on emotion. That is completely untrue, and we only need 4 of you to vote no, though all of you should, and oppose this terrible project that will continue to harm Chandler. These aren't fake facts that we're getting off the internet that are random. We see in other cities again and again and again, these AI data centers are stealing resources. We live in the desert. We can't waste water. They will waste water. They're going to create pollution, noise, toxins that none of these residents want to see. So I implore you all to vote no and oppose this so that we are not harming our community. And please, to think of future generations. We already have 10 data centers here. We don't need another one. And you won't be in your seat, mayor or council members, in 5 to 7 years when the construction finally begins. But all this is public record, and we all have a long memory. So we want to be able to vote for you in other offices effectively and with our trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Lanessa Gruber. Lanessa Gruber, followed by Jonah Zamora. Please state your name and what city you call home.
Thank you again for listening to me about this. My name is Larissa Gruber. I am a resident of the city of Chandler. Just some other issues that I would like to bring up in relation to the jobs was that it was mentioned that there would be two $75,000 paying jobs per 1,000 occupiable feet in the building. What is that going to equate to actually for those jobs? The other issue is that the residents have clearly said no. No means no. It's a complete sentence. And I hope and I wish that you would listen to your constituents here in the city of Chandler, because it is going to have a great impact on us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonah Zamora, followed by Cheyenne Olson. Please state your name and what city you call home.
Hello, my name is Joanna Zamora. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for allowing us the opportunity to give our opinion on the data centers. I live in Chandler, Arizona. I'll keep it brief. I just want to thank you guys for actually caring about us and protecting the community. I can see it in each one of you that you do actually care. So it's very refreshing to see that that exists at a local level, at least. And I want to thank you guys for asking the tough questions too, and getting all the information to make an informed decision. And also, I want to encourage Adam and the gentleman from New York. We aren't opposed to developments in the city. It's just, it has to make sense. It's okay to invest in developments that contribute to sustainability, environmentally, that contribute to economic stability. It's okay to invest in projects like that. It doesn't always have to be about profit. And I think that you guys know that too. So thank you guys for being on our side. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and also, obviously, I oppose the development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Cheyenne Olson, followed by Judith Colburn. No? Okay. Cheyenne Olson. All right. I'll save it in case she comes back. Judith Colburn, followed by Julio Lopez. Judith Colburn. Okay. Julio Lopez. Please state your name, what city you call home. You have up to 2 minutes.
My name is Julio Lopez. I live in Tempe, but I grew up in Chandler. I went to Hamilton. My parents live in Chandler, like 5 minutes away from here. I had this like long list of things that I was gonna read, but instead I want to address some of the comments that were made by the individuals behind us, the suits. In regards to water, 78,000 gallons a day is the amount of water that 260 households consume daily, which is not an insignificant amount considering we're in one of the driest places on earth. A lot was made about the water that's being used in the current vacant lot. I mean, easy solution, tear down the building, turn it into a park, a refuge, something that's gonna cool down the area, consider that there's already 10 data centers there. I'm glad that police training was brought up because AI is increasingly being used for mass surveillance, which is encroaching on our freedom, which Americans love so
Audience,
much.
please.
Council Member Orlando, you asked about what they're going to do with the building before it gets operational and they have tenants. AI, like you said, is a bubble. There's trillions of dollars circulating between the chip makers, the tech companies, developing the language models, and construction companies. They're building data centers because it's profitable to build a data center, whether they house someone or not. The other question about what AI is a glorified pattern matching tool, which is great at making money from sex bots, child pornography, and AI slop. An MIT study showed that 95% of companies that have adopted AI have not seen a profit. It's the technology that's been unleashed on humanity at the fastest rate without any guardrails and without anyone understanding its effect. There are countless studies that have shown that detrimental effects that AI is having on our society. It is robbing us of our creativity, critical thinking, writing skills, and everything that makes us human. 2 more points. SRP energy mix is 38% gas, 16% coal, 18% nuclear, 2% hydro, 5% solar, 3% geothermal.
Thank you. Time's up.
Think about that when
Thank
the
you.
amount of energy they're going to use.
Next up, Jeremiah Babowski, followed by John Woodard. Jeremiah or John? All right, state your name and address or your name and city, and you have up to 2 minutes.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Jeremiah Bukowski. I am a lifelong Chandler resident. I was born and raised here. I live on Dobson and Warner. Originally, I had a speech written about the environmental impacts, but I mean, we've already kind of covered that. So instead, I'm going to talk more about the efficacy of AI. By building this data center, Chandler is going to be making an investment in AI, which I think is a huge misstep. And I can speak personally about this. I am a college student. I'm going to be graduating in May. And likewise, I have a lot of friends and a lot of peers who are in the same boat as me. For instance, I have a couple of friends who are artists who are going to be out of a job because companies like Coca-Cola, when they're releasing commercials, are using AI to create art instead of paying actual artists. I have a friend who is job is now under threat because his company is going to move towards AI. My own mother is finding it hard to find a job right now, even though she wants to advance her career, partly because of AI. AI is just a very immoral Pandora's box. It's really just benefiting the billionaire class instead of 99.9% of people. I heard once it compared to the Thneed from Dr. Seuss's The Lorax, which I think is really truthful. For those of you who don't know, the Thneed in the story was a all-purpose tool that wrecked the environment and added nothing of value to our society. So please, I implore you, city councilors, Mayor Hartke, to vote no against this and save our community. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Next up, John Woodard, followed by Mark Fyong. John Woodard.
Hello.
Hi, state your name and what city you call home.
Yeah, my name is Jalen Woodward. I live in the city of Scottsdale. I lived in Arizona my whole life. And I'm here today because this is an issue that does not only affect Chandler. This is something that will affect the entire valley, our entire state. It is something that it is absurd to try to build something like this in a desert. And I want to kind of go into some of the points that the applicant made because I don't think that they did a good job explaining at all the ins and outs of what they're trying to get away with. The applicant showed how much tax revenue they would be giving to the city of Chandler with this development. But what they didn't show is all the tax breaks that they are getting at the state level on their equipment purchases. I'd like to see what that difference is there. And I'd also like to comment on their slide that they had for environmental concerns. They mentioned on there that because they're close to other facilities that do rocket testing or intel, that they've already polluted and that their facility won't be much compared to theirs, I don't think that's an argument that we should accept for environmental concerns. I think that they need to prove to us that they're not going to pollute our desert, that they're not going to poison the water and the soil. They need to prove those things. And they've also said that they'll pay for all the new electric infrastructure, but there's no guarantee put in place that I've seen that that SRP will not raise their rates going forward. And I think that that's a very important concern that they must answer. And I think that all data centers, all AI data centers, will have these same problems. So I hope that going forward, if this same
Thank you.
project comes back, you'll keep this in mind.
Next up, Mark Fong, followed by Eli Goodman. Mark? Mark, followed by Eli. Mark, state your name and what city you call home.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mark Jong, and I live in the south area of Chandler. Firstly, I'd like to question the shaky justification of the data center done in the lengthy presentation at the beginning of the meeting. In regards to its financial drawbacks, as already noted by the city planning staff, data centers create much less jobs as similar manufacturing and research and development facilities. Furthermore, bear in mind that the loss of resources, greater pollution, and what wasn't mentioned before, further heat generation of the data center will all happen within a mile of many neighborhoods. Just as Elon Musk's data center in Memphis, Tennessee, has polluted that city with smog, this proposal too would ruin the surrounding environment. And in regards to Mr. Bob's mentioning of the current pollution of the organizations in that area, such as the rocket facility, we must ask the question, why would we replace these beneficial institutions with another one that has similar, if not more pollution, but with a fraction of the job creation and with little actual use to a majority of Chandler residents? Additionally, the emails note that there are already over 10 data centers in the Price Quarter. Creating another massive one would be incredibly unnecessary and further detrimental to the surrounding area. Lastly, I urge the council to consider the reasons for the community's overwhelming opposition to this matter. The person who proposed this plan framed the data center as a concern against federal preemption and Arizona's place in the nation. Well, as has been shown by all the people who've come up today, it's clear that it won't matter if it's the president or them proposing an AI data center. The people will never yield to the interests of elites and oligarchs. It's clear that we will build the economy by the people and for the people, and any avaricious corporations or politicians who attempt to impose their greed onto us will see the same opposition of this great city. We implore the council to vote no on Price Road Innovation Campus. Thank you.
Next up, Eli Goodman, followed by Ms. Raksna Bogdev. Eli Goodman. Hi. Please state your name. Tell us what city you call home.
Howdy, my name is Eli Goodman. I'm from Chandler, Arizona, born and raised, same house I came home from the hospital to. I woke up at 3 a.m. today, and I do not want to be here at all. You see, I work at a factory, an NXP factory, actually, with 12-hour shifts, 3 to 4 days a week. And I still dragged myself here and listened to several hours of presentations and other people speaking because I think this is extremely important to oppose. I think this would make people's lives worse. We've already seen the U.S. Energy Information Administration reports that energy costs have gone up about 8%, and largely attributable to AI data centers like this one. And House reports have demonstrated that it's expected to see that number triple in the next few years, I believe by 2028. And I just do not want to see my costs go up. I don't want to see that go anywhere, especially for a project like this, whose whole purpose, if it were to go extremely smoothly, if it were to have negligible water impacts, negligible energy impacts, its purpose is to replace laborers like myself. And I can hardly get a job as it is. I'm a full-time student as well. I do not want to work 12 hours a day at a factory. I want to be able to afford the place I live. And when places like this, companies like this, are trying to create AIs, which is supposed to replace laborers, you see the delivery cars, delivery little robots going everywhere. It's not good for us, and I think we should oppose that just fundamentally.
Thank you, sir.
I'm
Next
going home
up,
too.
Ms. Yeah, Ms. Roxa Bagdev, followed by Matt Young. Please state your name and what city you call home.
Good evening, council members, mayor. So water data is often claimed by organizations as proprietary information.
And what is your name and where do you call
Oh,
home?
I beg your pardon. My name is Raksha Bagdev. I live in Chandler.
Thank you.
Water data is often claimed by organizations as proprietary information. How will the community ever know the true consumption of water by this organization? Are we simply just to take their word for it? A data center releases a substantial amount of heat, roughly equivalent to the energy consumption, because nearly all of the electricity that they use is eventually dissipated into the atmosphere. This waste heat from the data center has to go somewhere. Will it go into our ground or our air? That would impact our microclimate. Our climate is already changing. We don't need to make it worse. Additionally, SRP will continue to burn fossil fuels to power this data center. So that's a double whammy for increased temperatures in a valley that gets heat trapped here in the summer. There are fines for not meeting requirements, such as employing X number of people, say at $75,000 a year. Is that fine commensurate with the cost of hiring those people? So let's say that the fine is $2K and the business now has saved $75,000 by not meeting its requirements. Where's the incentive to employ someone? That makes no sense. What guarantee is there that the office buildings that they're building will remain vacant? The disconnect that somebody asked about
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, Matt Young, followed by Sifa Islam. Matt Young, state your name, tell us what city you call home. You have 2 minutes.
Great. I am Matt Young. I live in Chandler. And we've talked a lot tonight about water and electricity and noise and jobs, but I want to remind you this is a rezoning issue. And this is rezoning based on a data center ordinance that is not that old and rickety. December 2022 was 3 years ago. That's really not that old. And here we are trying to bend the rules for somebody who wants to come in and change it. Now, this applicant has danced around the zoning ordinance of no single-use data center on a pad by adding a tech campus with 5 buildings, and they're going to bring jobs and stuff. Now, I might not know as much as Adam, but I do live here, and I do know the Price Corridor. And I know that in the Price Corridor, there are no less than 4 vacant office buildings right now. Now, they'll say, well, we have the data center. People are going to want to be really close to that. Now, let me remind you, I live here. I run that corridor every day. It's 5 kilometers long, okay? And they're telling us they need to be 13 kilometers away from their data center in order to get that 2 millisecond data latency. So kind of curious how that adds up. How are they going to attract people there when they have already cited the smelly sewer treatment plant and the fire training center that are so burdensome to the city, apparently? So that's kind of my first issue. The second thing I want to bring up is less detail oriented. I want to remind you that there was another issue that came up around rezoning that caused a lot of consternation in this city around providing affordable housing for people making less than $65,000. School teachers, nurses, social workers, counselors. And this council said no to them. They said no. And when they changed it to say, we want to have this for fixed income seniors who want to live closer to their grandkids, you said no. And now here they are saying, well, we want to rezone too. And we'd like you to bend over backwards to change the zoning rules. Doesn't look good to voters, guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, Sifa Islam, followed by Jeff Winiger. Sifa Islam. Hi, state your name and address for the record, or name and city.
Hi, my name is Sifa, and I live here in Chandler. I have been a resident here for Chandler for 4 years now, and I commute to work daily using the Price Road where the data center wants to be built. I can't imagine having any more traffic along that road with already existing construction that has already lasted well over 2 years. Building this data center in Chandler would be a horrible idea, that will only worsen the road conditions, create more traffic, raise Chandler's residents' rates, and put a huge strain on our already depleted water resources. This data center is projected to use almost 50,000 gallons of water per day, or 18 million gallons per year, on top of the enormous water usage that it might use. These data centers will only make the air that Chandler residents breathe even more unhealthy. If you live in Chandler, you know that Chandler smells, especially on Price Road with the sewage that just won't stop. And then Chandler Boulevard as well has a major sewage issue. And then, not to mention that the Maricopa County has not met any of the EPA air quality standards for a few years now. All the while, Arizona residents are also receiving low quality air pollution alerts on their phones almost every month. These data centers are not doing justice to the Chandler residents here, and I hope that you hear and listen to what the people want and hope you vote no on to building the data center.
Thank you. Jeff Weniger, followed by Mark Camarana. Please state your name and address. Name and city you reside, I mean.
Jeff Weniger, Chandler, Arizona. Mayor and council, thank you for doing this. Thank you for hearing the people. Very quickly, Councilmember Harris made a very good amendment on the Snedeker Park of having warning people who are going to live there about noise from the park. The problem with this is the people already exist and live near this, and they're not getting any warning. They're just possibly getting it put in front of them. I have three main points. In 2010, there was a vote on a PAD on a 160-acre parcel called Continuum in the Price Corridor. You've seen it. It's on the east side of the street, a lot of large buildings. That vote, besides giving the developer $10 million as a gift from Chandler for the infrastructure, allowed by right data centers to be built on that entire property. That is why you see 8 data centers on that property today, and probably with others in the works. This is the same area where hundreds, if not thousands of people have complained of hearing noise emitting from the centers. The proponents at the time promised 8,000 to 10,000 jobs on this property. Today, there are maybe 400 jobs at the most there. I repeat, 400 jobs. That's about 1 job for every half acre of property in a jobs corridor. Then Chandler, as was referenced 3 minutes ago, changed that criteria for building the data centers in Chandler, and that was the right thing to do. Second point, in my opinion, this item does not conform with the general plan that the voters voted on about 10 years ago. And you're asking voters to go out again right now and vote again on the general plan. And I think it would be a shame if you went against it here. And Chandler is spending taxpayer money on a way to figure out how younger people can live here, yet we are proposing to give away a premier employment land.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up, Mark Camarena, followed by Dean Simon III. Mr. Camarena, state your name and tell us what city you live in.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mark Camarena. I'm a resident of Phoenix, and I'm here to stand in solidarity with the people of Chandler in opposition to the data center. I believe that this data center will only bring chaos and destruction to this land. The people of Chandler have the right to say what their land is used for. And currently, as we heard the CEO and the lawyer bumble around trying to answer how they're going to address the environmental concerns or just the concerns of the people, this is the same tale told by many CEOs across the country. As Councilmember Orlando had said, we are in an AI bubble. And the truth is, no CEO can confidently say that we will come out of this well on the other side of this. There will be a crash. NVIDIA and 19 stocks are accounting for 20% of the gain in the S&P 500. Tell me, if any of those companies go down, Chandler will go down with it if they build this data center. It's time that we prioritize resources for the community, that we build social programs that actually benefit working class Chandler residents, instead of a data center that just makes them richer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Dean Simon III, followed by Ani Bailey.
Yes.
So state your name and tell us what city you call home.
Thank you. Bean Simon III. I'm from Ocotillo, Chandler, Arizona. I live a stone throw away from that place right there. Um, a lot of education from everybody. I just loved all the education from everybody here. And I also have done my education as well. I have a son that's 25 years old. He went to Pepperdine and he did his internship over in Shanghai. And he learned AI. He learned how to develop programs through AI. He learned quite a bit of stuff. We could be one of the worldly. This is not a local AI deal. This is a world business now. It's not a local business. AI is world. It's not a bubble thing that's going to happen. We'll be behind the 8 ball if we're not building AI systems that are adequate. You guys need to address all the questions and address all their issues that they need to abide by so you can build the data center. My son used the AI right to this day. Young people are using AI and learning data, learning new ways to make money, new ways to innovate themselves. He's invented an AI program to trade with. He's training people how on AI. He's doing so much with only 25 years old. Full ride scholarship from Chandler High School, Pepperdine AI graduate. He is wonderful. AI is here. It's not on a bubble. It may be a bubble for if you don't stop building. It's not a bubble. It's a world business. So it's not just here in the United States. It's world. We need to be competing with the world because you already started something here on that road with 10 data centers. This one here would be much above, beyond what you already have. They're trying to reach beyond that. I get what everybody's saying. I love what you're saying. And I do agree with your concerns, but let's address the concerns and move on with the AI. And I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Ange Bailey, A-N-I or Annie or Ange Bailey.
Ange.
Ange, please state your name. Tell us what city's home. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Ange. I'm from here. I've lived in Chandler my entire life. I go to Hamilton, and I'm here to ask you to consider your legacy and also my future as a young person, as a future voter, and as someone who will be directly impacted by the environmental effects of AI. In Memphis, like previously mentioned, there's been so much destruction, pollution. There have been communities that have been devastated because of AI. And I don't want that happening here. I love Chandler. I've lived here my entire life. And like this is such a beautiful city. It's so diverse. It's and these data centers, they disproportionately affect marginalized communities. And I don't want that happening here. In addition to that, the environmental concerns. AI produces immense CO2 emissions, water usage, and like many people have said, we live in a desert. We're constantly negotiating with others, the other states that rely on the Colorado River for water. So if we're already negotiating for water, it's irresponsible and dangerous to contribute to take this water that we're already stressed out about and put it towards AI. So I ask that you consider the future of the city, the future of this country, the future of the state, and also like the environmental impact, especially when we are plummeting further into a climate catastrophe. We've reached multiple points of no return. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ange. Next up, Derek Espadas, followed by Cynthia Diaz. Derek Espadas. Derek, state your name. Tell us what community you call home. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Derek Espadas. I am from the unprofessionally acting city of Tucson. We are. So rapid fire. So I'm an accountant, doctoral student in business, and candidate for the Arizona Corporation Commission. I've seen a lot of data center plans try to get pushed through and unfortunately succeed. To the question of the timeline, it's to push things through. It's to break things up, as the lawyer tried to assert. We should only be focusing on one thing. They will go to the Arizona Corporation Commission and present the same argument, but a different way. And so the totality and entire effect to the community is not addressed. Essentially, what also happens is the entities are broken up into multiple entities to make the balance sheets look better to investors, to make the balance sheets look better to communities, all the while shifting money around just like Enron did. It's the repetition of that model. I do ask, if you do move forward with this, when they mention police officers and clients, not to allow them to have AI recognition of clients. Palantir just withdrew from Tucson, which is used exactly for that, and to make sure that those officer trainings are not ICE agents used to terrorize Chandler. Competition for customers is very high now. They promise they can get a customer. Project Blue in Tucson just lost their customer. Marana and Pinal are also searching for clients. It is not as easy as saying we can guarantee this. Please, just the numbers are off. I'm a mathematician. The numbers are off. You do not calculate flow rate through geometry. You do it through calculus. The numbers do not add up. And they said, we don't know anything. We can't take our word for gospel. Why should we take their word for gospel just because he wears a suit?
Thank you. Next up, Cynthia Diaz, followed by Veronica Noten. Cynthia? Cynthia Diaz? Okay, Veronica Noten, followed by Alexandra Jones. Veronica? Are you Veronica? Nope, okay. Alexandra Jones, followed by Avery Brewer. Brewer. Alexandria? Hi, state your name and tell us what city you call home.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Alexandria and I live in Chandler. As a lifelong resident, I'm speaking tonight in opposition to this data center. I am a second-generation Chandler resident. My mother, Martha, grew up in downtown Chandler, graduated from Chandler High in '77, and for almost 20 years worked for the Chandler Unified School District, up until her passing in 2018. Because of her, Chandler holds a special place in my heart. Now that I'm a mother, raising the grandson Martha never got to meet, I think constantly about the kind of world, and especially the kind of Chandler I want him to grow up in. I want my son to grow up in a Chandler where he can receive a good education and find opportunity. A Chandler that invests in housing, schools, community centers, parks, food banks, things that actually benefit residents. A Chandler where he can afford to raise a family one day if he so chooses. A Chandler where precious resources are used by members of this community. Tonight, you're being asked to approve a project that moves our city in the wrong direction. This AI data center is being sold as progress, but it feels like a glorified wealth transfer, taking our resources and handing them to a speculative industry. Data centers are massive energy hogs, and Chandler residents will bear the cost in increased utility bills. Instead of going back to the community, our hard-earned dollars will go toward increasing profits for big tech companies. Regardless of what developers claim, data centers create far too few jobs. And let's be clear, the core purpose of the AI industry is to eliminate jobs. This data center offers no real benefit to our city. Instead, it will strain our resources and steal opportunity from the next generation. The attorneys here today won't have to live with the environmental and societal consequences of this project. Chandler residents will. My mother dedicated her life to the city of Chandler. She taught me the importance of building community and taking care of our neighbors, values that I intend to pass on to my son. She taught me to love this city. Let's build a Chandler that prioritizes its people,
you.
its families, and a real sustainable
Thank
future
you.
for the next generation. Thank you.
Next up, Avery Brewer, followed by Sam Ferrante. Please state your name and tell us where you call home.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Avery Brewer. I'm a resident of Tempe, and thank you for the opportunity to share our concerns with you about this data center. Like many here, I share many of the concerns around the energy use, heat generation, and water use that this data center may use. They would still be increasing a lot of the strain on power utilities, even if they are paying their higher use fee. And like some have mentioned, this would come largely from fossil fuels. I'm also very concerned about the amount of uncertainty that the developers seem to have about water use and job creation. And I think the issue that we've seen around the country with a lot of these data centers is the lack of transparency once they're set up. So lack of transparency around resource use. How much water are they actually consuming, not just how much water they're approved to use, who the buyer would even be and what this data center would be used for, and the job creation. I'm not sure, and maybe the developers can answer this, why they expect this data center to have create so many more permanent jobs than what we're seeing around the country, where they've consistently been letting communities down with the low numbers. As it's been mentioned as well, there's great uncertainty around the future of AI. OpenAI is, of course, a flagship company, and they're still not even remotely profitable. In the first half of 2025 alone, they've incurred a net loss of $13.5 billion. So it feels like a huge risk to be investing here against the will of so many constituents. In short, I think this is a time to be making smart, long-term decisions that are economically, environmentally, and socially sustainable. And on those grounds, I oppose the development of this data center. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. At this time, we would like to have Sam Ferrante, and then followed by Teresa Warnick. We can have Sam.
Yep.
Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sam Ferrante. I was born and raised in Scottsdale, Arizona. I'm currently a third-year PhD student in chemical engineering at Arizona State University. My research is in wastewater remediation, in fact, so I'm here to tell you guys that sewage treatment is actually beneficial for society, not something you should look at as bad. And if we look into that research a little bit more, maybe instead of using potable water to cool down the data center, we could use some reclaim. Just a thought. So I'm here to be another person against the construction of this data center. The resource costs significantly outweigh any of the proposed benefits. And not to sound redundant, but I might add, it seems as though the responses to your questions regarding water usage were intentionally nebulous. I'm not sure if that's the case, but like the gentleman behind me said, it's fluid dynamics and calculus that determines how much water goes through a certain diameter of pipe, not geometry. It's not something the back of a napkin is going to be able to handle when you're under pressure from people like you. And I really appreciate you guys putting pressure on them. Took a lot of the weight off our shoulders because we're bound and determined to do that as well. In short, I believe a vote for the construction of this data center as it has been proposed without adequate regard for the impacts on the environment or the community of Chandler is a vote against the health of our ecosystem here in the desert, as well as the flora and fauna that inhabit it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Teresa Warnick, followed by Chad, who lives in Litchfield Park.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Teresa Warnick, and I live right down Chandler Boulevard. And I'm here to oppose this, and most of you know why. Because I've been a part of the general plan process since the beginning, as have many of the residents here and all of the staff. And we are all for housing and development in the city of Chandler. We believe that the price corridor can be used for mixed development that would increase small businesses, which are the generator of employment in this state, and residential housing. Right now, at this time, there are more people who drive into Chandler to go to work every day than leave Chandler to go to work. We need more housing in Chandler. We need more places of mixed use where people can live and work together in the same place. If you were part of the interactive plan that was given just, I think, last month, where there was 3D and we saw walkable streets and we saw people living near where they worked and went to bars and restaurants and were living together where they wanted to be. That is the image of Chandler that's being presented in the 2026 general plan. Why would you oppose that? That is what the residents of Chandler and the staff of the city have been working on for a year. After many years of development, we are ready to develop housing in this city. Please vote against this and preserve the price corridor for the mixed use that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Chad Switz. Chad? Hannon Bose? Hannon? All right, I think Hannon already did a written one. She was the one with the great penmanship. All right. Yes, or Zenhov? Yesor? Oh, I'm sorry. Please state your name, tell us your city. You have up to 2 minutes. You, sir, do not have good penmanship.
That is very true. Hello, everybody. My name is Yegor Zenkov, and I reside at 213 South Windstream Place here in Chandler, and I have for most of my life. There are as many new arguments as I'll try and fit in here, but because I have not 3 minutes but 2, I won't be able to get it all. First, I want to talk about closed loop cooling. This is my professional experience. I worked for a startup that was supposed to use this sort of cooling in AI data centers. Leaving aside that I no longer have that job for daring to ask what happens when the bubble pops, the other problem is that we don't know anything about this magical solution. It is supposed to remediate the noise. It is supposed to remediate the water use. But when I personally asked Jeff Ziegler what is going on with this closed loop stuff, because not even Microsoft can claim more than an 80% reduction, I was stonewalled with, well, it's happening, it's coming down the pike, and I can't tell you anymore. And in fact, this trend of secrecy continues. Let's also talk about the prospective customers. People are supposed to flock to this data center because there is it's right there. But the latency critical applications that Jeff Ziegler has mentioned to this council have ironically been AI generated. I read them, and they talked about fighter jets. They talked about NVIDIA Drive, which is run on Tegra processors, the same that runs on ones that run on your Nintendo Switch. And worst of all, he talked about fabs. I racked my brain for all of Semicon West to try to understand how AI was being used in the semiconductor industry, and it is not being used for instant control loops for wafer handling. That is a bald-faced lie that has been told to this council. Jeff Ziegler is conflating edge AI, which is run on small, non-power intensive uses, for the kind that would happen in this data center. So, if no one actually needs this compute, then why are we going to be building it? I have so many other things to say, but I think the scope of the misdirection makes my position clear.
Thank you, Igor. Next up, Elizabeth Lee, followed by Indigo Ross. Elizabeth Lee.
That's me.
Hi. State your name, tell us your city.
I'm Mayor, members of the council. My name is Elizabeth Lee. I'm a resident of Gilbert, so while I don't live in Chandler, I do spend my days with families who do live in Chandler, as I'm running for federal office to represent a district that includes Chandler. So when I think about this proposal, I think about the long-term impact on the people I hope to serve, and therefore I just want to amplify some of their concerns. 2 weeks ago, when I knocked on a door of a Chandler single mom, she told me through tears that she'd started unplugging appliances at night because her utility bills continue to rise. A Chandler retiree told me this weekend she feels guilty for watering her trees when we're in a drought, but then she asked me, do big companies ever have to follow the rules like we do? The data center specific jobs, maybe the 10 to 30 positions, create far less economic activity than a standard commercial use. Data centers don't go out for coffee, they don't go out for lunch. Meanwhile, residents are the ones who absorb the negative effects, while benefits largely flow to an out-of-state developer. To add to it, it deserves an answer why the Ocotillo boards did not receive an updated proposal on this before tonight's vote. There is a place for AI in our society, but as a nurse, it gives me grave concern that AI is touting the ability to save insurance companies money by denying your health insurance claims and then giving AI companies a cut of those savings. Further, flock cameras are surveilling our residents at record speed, and it is my position that innovation should strengthen our communities, not drain them. This project asks Chandler families to shoulder the risks while others keep the rewards. On behalf of the families that I hope to represent in Congress, I urge you to vote no.
Thank you. Next up, Indigo Ross, followed by Live Light. Hi, state your name, tell us what city is home.
Good evening. I'm Indigo Ross. I live in Chandler, and also a transplant of New Jersey, Newark, New Jersey. Hi. And I've been living here for 23 years with my mother. and we're both working class people. She works for the Chandler Unified School District, and a lot of my peers have said the same thing. I don't want to repeat them either, but what I feel is concern for the AI bubble, like Councilmember Odie Harris has said about the lean on the data center being built. Like the tech giants are borrowing heavily to build AI infrastructure these days, and so our concern is how is that going to affect the Chandler economy if when the bubble bursts. And I will say here that the infrastructure, sorry, the active infrastructure data center that's being proposed in the price corridor will contribute significantly negatively to the Chandler residents' water and energy. We just had a special election this past November voting for $475 million in bonds for parks and recs, fire and police department, and streets. So why aren't we, the tax-paying people of Chandler, given the opportunity to vote on something else that will affect our lives? Why are we letting these out-of-state billionaires decide the fate of our city, and we're left to subsidize their project with our increased bills? This project will harm our environment and deplete Chandler family pockets and health while enriching a few people. I will conclude with this quote from the book, Discussions on Youth by Dr. Daisaku Ikeda. He shares, quote, "The destruction of nature, the destruction of humanity. Nature is our home. All life on this planet, including human life, was born from the natural environment. We don't owe our existence to machines or to science. We are the product of nature," end quote. There will be no energy, there will be no water, there will be no more families, there will be no future for Chandler if we build active infrastructure data center. Everything we worked so hard for more than 100 years gone. No data center in our deserts, Chandler families over profits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Next up, Liv Light, followed by Dio Elford. Liv Light. All right. Dio Elford. All right. Follow Charles Gala. Charles. Hey, Charles, state your name. Tell us what city you call home.
Hi, my name is Charlie Gala, and I live here in Chandler. Hello, Mayor and members of council. Chandler has an ordinance against the construction of new data centers, which alone is enough to deny this proposal, but I will continue with a few other pieces of pertinent information anyways. Firstly, the issue of neighborhood disruption in the area immediately surrounding the proposed site. There is overwhelming pushback from the citizens of Chandler who have already been disrupted by the data centers previously constructed along Dobson. Imagine grating humming noises 24/7. There will surely also be harmful infrasound produced, the negative effects of which we are only beginning to understand. Furthermore, the Price Road Corridor electrical grid is not equipped to handle this, and if it is built, electrical bills have the potential to skyrocket for residents across the city, as they have in dozens of other cities where data centers just like this have gone up recently. Lastly, this will not create the job opportunities it is promising, which is the sole purpose of the Price Corridor where it is built upon. Data centers like this offer short-term construction work and then suck the energy out of the city while giving nothing back. If this proposal is to pass, it will contribute to creating a worse future for the youth of the city, such as myself, to inherit. And I urge a no vote for the fiscal and physical protection of the citizens of Chandler. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Charles. Next up, Joseph Russo, followed by Amelia Gwynn. Joseph Russo. Hello, sir. State your name. Tell us what city you're from. You have up to 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Joseph Russo. I have been a resident of Chandler for 23 years. I'm a retired former Arizona real estate appraiser. Chandler has limited land available for development. Land is designated to be for best use. The land should be utilized to promote job growth, not to eliminate job growth. This project would adversely impact Chandler's infrastructure, which is detrimental to every resident of Chandler and every business of Chandler. The building of this data center will restrict job growth on this parcel of land for decades. Today, an executive order was signed that aims to neuter state laws that place limits on the artificial intelligence industry. How the executive order will impact Chandler's ability to oversee the operation going forward, if approved, is something that probably should be discussed. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Amelia Gwynn, followed by Aldo Soberon. Amelia, please state your name and tell us what city is home.
Good evening, council members. My name is Amelia Wynn, and I live in Gilbert. I am here tonight to speak about the devastation that another unnecessary data center will bring to Chandler. I believe that it all comes down to logistics and common sense. This would be the 11th data center in Chandler, but all we know about it is that it must be used for AI. There is no buyer. There is no express purpose for this center other than it will be used for AI. What is the point of putting in the time, money, and effort to tear down a building and construct a new one, all for an intangible purpose? Not to mention, AI data centers are deeply detrimental to the environment and the community. Doesn't Chandler deserve something that is beneficial, that will give us a future? We deserve something that will actually benefit us, a park, a food bank, affordable housing, rather than simply benefiting a developer that isn't even from our state. One that is so out of touch that his idea of community outreach is letting Chandler PD use his facilities as a training center. Where does that involve us, the people? No matter what this developer might say, we don't want this. And think about how quickly our already scorching state is veering towards inhospitability. I remember when there was a real monsoon season, when winters actually got cold. Climate change is undeniable here in Arizona, and AI data centers will only speed this up. This data center is projected to use up to 50,000 gallons of water per day. So think about us, our kids, our grandchildren. As people in politics, I assume that you want to leave behind a positive legacy to be remembered by. But there can't be a legacy for you at all if you contribute to the environmental destruction of our city. Regardless, I want to end on a note commending my community. We are fighting together today, and win or lose, we will continue fighting for a better Chandler. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Aldo Soberon, followed by Michael Oy. Aldo, state your name, tell us what city you're from.
Sure. Hi, my name is Aldo Soberon, and I'm a lifelong Chandler resident. I grew up in Chandler Public Schools, and I'm a proud Chandler Tech worker. In fact, I work as an engineer in the Price Road Tech Corridor, where Chandler's 11th data center is planned. For decades, this corridor has afforded well-paying, high-tech jobs that have allowed our residents and economy to thrive. This data center threatens our way of life. 40 acres, 150 megawatts, and 50,000 gallons of water per day, all to cash in on an AI bubble that is sure to burst. We need housing, not AI chatbots. At the same time many Arizonans have been priced out of their childhood homes, Phoenix now ranks #2 in data center development across all of North America. Phoenix already has over 150 data centers, and what do we have to show for it? Strains on our water, increased power bills, and tax breaks for big tech. Instead of bringing back American manufacturing or the tech jobs that were promised, our leaders risk choosing the suits of a New York developer over Arizona. Will you follow Kirsten Sinema, who sold herself to push for this plan, or will you do the right thing and choose us, the people in this room? You only have two options: big business and the billionaires, or the working class. However you vote today, we will remember. The working people of Chandler will fight until our city meets our needs, with or without you. The mandate is clear: no new data center. Thank you.
Next up, Michael Oy, followed by Nathan Taylor Taft. Michael, tell us what's your name and what city you call home.
Hello, my name is Michael, and I live in Gilbert, but I'm a public school teacher here in Chandler, although I'm obviously speaking on my own behalf tonight. I'm here to tell you to vote no on this data center. As a teacher, it is my job to prepare students for their future, and it is my hope that these students will use what they learn, will use their talents to come back or remain here and contribute to this city. However, this data center threatens that future. Beyond what you've heard already about water and electricity use, which nobody seems to be able to give a clear answer on how much it will use, it is also going to increase the cost of living, which is already driving families away. I have seen enrollment decline at my school over the past couple of years, and one major reason is that families simply cannot afford to live here in Chandler. Electricity bills have continued to go up, and even though we've been assured that the rates will not be paid by consumers, SRP has raised rates for residents by over 3 to 5%, while rates for large businesses like data centers have only risen by about 1%. We are clearly subsidizing their electricity needs. We cannot afford this future, and if we want a future where the people of Chandler decide and plan how our city is going to be used, how it is going to benefit us instead of the big corporations, we need to vote no on this data center. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Nathan Taylor Taft, followed by Fred Pepperling. Nathan, state your name, tell us your city.
Hi, my name is Nathan Taylor Taft. I am a Chandler resident, and I am a junior in high school, so I represent those students he was talking about. There are many reasons you should reject this data center, but I want to bring to attention the people that are the future of Arizona, the youth. You always say we should protect our kids, make the world better for the next generation, and make sure we grow up in a world where we get the same opportunities that you all did. Then you need to listen to us. Listen to the people you say you are fighting for. I represent over 60 people in high school and college in the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition who cannot be here today. If you want to protect our future, you need to reject the development of projects that would threaten us. We don't want to live in a state where we don't have access to water, but if you give all of it to data centers, we simply won't have enough. And a closed loop system doesn't make things much better. 50,000 gallons a day is still a lot. We want to be able to afford to build our own lives, but with unattainably high electricity prices, that won't be possible. We want the same job opportunities older generations received. But if you take away those opportunities by giving valuable land to data centers that employ very few people once constructed, we won't have any. We want to have green forests and vibrant deserts, but if you let data centers continue to expand, emit greenhouse gases, take the water, and worsen climate change, those forests and deserts will continue to burn. We want an affordable future where we have real opportunities, both in life and in our careers. But we won't get one if you give all our resources to data centers. You can fight for our future, and today it is remarkably easy. All you need to do is reject this AI data center, which the vast majority of your constituents clearly oppose. All it takes in this moment is one vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Fred Pepperling, followed by William Winsberg. Fred Pepperling, please state your name and tell us your city.
Fred Pepperling, Chandler, Arizona. Been here since '77. Obviously seen a lot of changes. Also, my family moved me here from Jersey. Asbury Park boy. I don't know what I can add to what all these other wonderful people have been saying, but it breaks my heart when I remember Ray Road just being a dirt road, and seeing all my pristine desert being taken up by these monstrous buildings, centers that nobody's occupying, nobody's working at. Like I said, listening to everybody talk, it's been phenomenal. Um, I'm not a proponent to AI. I do oppose what they're going to build over here if that passes. Um, embrace the future, but embrace our environment. Don't give up our desert. I mean, we're losing so much wildlife, so much pristine desert. The summers are getting worse and worse. I had a thing all prepared, but after listening to everybody else, I just figured I'd talk about my history here in Arizona. I love Chandler, and I still think we have some more to preserve. And like I said, I oppose this, both of them, and I want to thank you all for listening to everybody and also giving me a chance to rattle on with nonsense.
Thank you, sir. Next up, William Winsberg, followed by Rohith Chandrasekhar. William, state your name. Tell us where city you call home.
Bill Winsberg, Chandler, Arizona, and about 1,500 feet from this proposed data center. I also represent at least 50 other people in Ocotillo. What hasn't been brought up here tonight is that what they are proposing is a 90-foot tall, close to 4 football field, two width, two length data center. I don't think there's anything that big in Chandler other than a Marriott, maybe the building next door here, but it does not fit anywhere in the Ocotillo neighborhood. You take the data centers on Dobson that are in continuum, there's nothing that tall. Wells Fargo isn't that tall. There's also a site next to Wells Fargo that advertises 38 acres and says they have power for heavy manufacturing. Why don't they move there? Not that I want another data center in the neighborhood, but that's currently zoned for data centers, I believe. The site at Orbital is not currently an eyesore. I drive by it every day. Many of you probably do as well. When we moved Ocotillo 30 years ago, that was there. We knew about it. Intel was there. We knew about it. It's not like they built that after we lived there, even though they've expanded on it. This data center, they don't even have to build the other buildings. They can just pay the fine and call it a cost of doing business. Their noise study, where they said 72 decibels, I'm
Thank you,
probably
sir.
talking at 72 decibels
Thank
right
you, sir.
now. Okay? They don't
Sir,
have
you're
to
done.
live by it. They can do their own data. I listened to them for an
Sir,
hour and a half.
sir, you're done.
Please vote no, or at least read my 30-page written statement that I gave you.
Next up, Rohit Chandrasekhar, followed by Shannon Mahoney. Tell us what cities you call home and state your name.
My name is Rohit Chandrasekhar. I live on Oakland Street in Chandler right here. Council, you're here with the choice to believe a pie-in-the-sky proposal of an AI data center that uses modernity to cover up for all of the questions that we have. And we have valid questions. It claims that it's the first technology every time you rightfully push back. And I implore you to listen to your skepticism today. We, with my co-organizer who you heard from, have emailed the developers, and we were told that confidentiality prevented them from talking about this closed loop water system. It's what has confused us into not knowing if water usage is really an issue here because it's so secretive. So in order for trust to be built with the community, we need to stop being secretive. We need to stop rushing plans without telling the community what's really happening. And I want investments in working families. I want investments in people who work every day to survive. I've seen my utilities go up. I know the dangers of an AI bubble burst on our elderly community and on our youth. We need a future that benefits us all and not the corporate interests. And I know you have weathered lobbying from AI industries and senators looking for a second act. But I ask you to not look at them today, but to turn to us and see the popular mandate behind you. And I trust that you will make the right decision of voting no on this project. And I thank you sincerely for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Shannon Maloney, followed by Terry Kimball. Shannon Maloney? Shannon? All right. Terry Kimball. Terry, state your name, tell us the city. You have up to 2 minutes.
Terry Kimball. I am from Chandler, Arizona. I have lived here about 17 years. I'm also the president and CEO of the Chandler Chamber of Commerce. I think today had some good discussion on some myths and some education regarding our water and power needs and going forward. I think it also warrants bigger discussions. I am privileged to have been elected to the Citizens Advisory Committee for the general plan numerous times since I've been here, and I appreciate that. We have identified 4 growth areas as we move forward as a community that will be voted on, okay? But I think we need to lead to bigger discussions. 78% of companies worldwide use AI in some form, okay? Chandler is a forward-thinking community, and we continue to be a community of innovation. We need to have bigger community discussions. We need jobs here. We need manufacturing jobs. For every manufacturing job that is created, there are an additional 6 to 10 ancillary jobs that are created. Those are the kinds of companies that we need here. Okay. I also want to just state out, according to the city's recent housing study that Elliot Pollock did, there are 120,000 residents a day that are leaving Chandler to go to jobs in other communities. How do we have conversations to get them back here, get them to stay here? I'm not here one way or the other. We really need to continue to build jobs here in our community to help our community to support those small businesses and businesses of all kinds. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Terry. Next up, Albert Villapando, followed by Sapard Elzadak from the Arizona Tech. Albert Villapando? No? Sapand Alza, I apologize. Alzada? Hello, sir. State your name. Tell us your city.
Right. Mayor and Council, good evening. My name is Sapand Alizada, and I am with the Arizona Technology Council, located at 2800 North Central Avenue, Suite 1530 in Phoenix. I am here tonight, to speak in favor of the rezoning proposal at 3380 South Price Road. First, I want to thank the city manager and city staff for all the hard work they have put into this matter. That goes without saying. On October 15th, I attended the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting to speak in favor of this project. A week later, I drove to Chandler and examined the state of this site. After I parked and exited my car, I was hit with a very unpleasant smell, which is from the Chandler Ocotillo Water Reclamation Plant, located less than a mile away from the site. I also walked around and saw vacant buildings, and it made me sad to see this on this 40-acre parcel. But I also looked and saw the water feature, and I witnessed the potential that lies here once it is rezoned and redeveloped. The South Price Road corridor is nationally regarded for progress, high-paying jobs, and then knowledge-based industries and innovation. It is an innovation corridor, and an AI data center, whether we like it or not, is innovation. Every year, more tech companies are relocating or seeking to relocate to cities such as Chandler. As they relocate here, they tell the Arizona Technology Council that they need access to data centers. The data centers of 2025 are not the data centers of 2010. They have evolved. For every job at a data center, there are 6 jobs created elsewhere in the local tech economy. Data centers have been found to support 81,000 jobs across Arizona. And these are attainable jobs meant for individuals who are not pursuing 4-year degrees, 2-year technical degrees. So please support this project. Thank you for your time, and happy holidays.
Thank you, sir. Our last speaker card, Mark Cardenas. Hello, sir. State your name and tell us what city you call home.
Mayor Harkey, honorable city council members, Mark Cardenas here representing union sheet metal workers, boilermakers, carpenters, operating engineers, laborers, painters, electricians, and millwrights. We are the tens of thousands of hardworking men and women who, by the calluses on our hands and the sweat on our brow, have created much of the prosperity enjoyed by the middle class. From building Intel Ocotillo's world-class fabs to the most recently completed Interstate 10 expansion, the projects we've done in Chandler and our labor has provided upward mobility for thousands upon thousands of people here in this city. Council members, I wanted to thank you. Thank you for your careful consideration of Agenda Item 37 and for holding active infrastructure accountable to make sure they deliver on their promises to the city council and the entire city of Chandler. We, the men and women of the construction trades, are ready to get to work on this world-class facility. And so, council, I want to let you know our promise to you. Council members, this May, when you're at that high school graduation ceremony and you congratulate a kid and ask them what they're doing next, and their reply is, I don't know, I never fit in school. The only class I was ever good at was wood shop. Send them to us. Send them to us and we'll train them to be a carpenter and pay them a living wage. Or perhaps when you're visiting a domestic violence shelter and you meet that mom who just escaped the worst situation of her life and tells you, I don't know what I'm going to do now. I have little kids to feed and clothe. Send her to us. We'll make her an electrician and also provide them health insurance that is entirely free, no premiums at all. With your support tonight, council members, you can help us keep our promise of providing progress and prosperity through hard work. That has been and will always be the goal of the construction trades. Thank you for your time, council members, and I respectfully ask for your support and of agenda item number 7, organized labor is behind this.
Thank you, sir. Council, that's all of the speaker cards. Council, how would you like to proceed? Actually, no. Adam Ba would like to give you, no? Okay. Thank you, sir. Councilmember Harris.
Would you allow council to have some final remarks? I do have some remarks that I want to make.
So a motion would be appropriate then, Marks, to explain your vote?
Sure, that's fine.
Sure.
Mayor, I would like
And
to.
by the way, if you could include 37 and 28, or 37 and 38, those can be made together.
37 and 38. Okay. Mayor, I would like to make a motion.
You can do this or this. Whatever one you want.
Which one?
This.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to move to approve or deny items.
Which one? Which one?
Deny.
Thank you.
Items 37 and 38 as presented.
All right, council, there is a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Motion to deny this. Is there a second? Otherwise, to say no to the data center is what a denial vote is.
Did he say deny?
Yes, he said deny.
I second.
There is a second. All right. Council, before you vote, I certainly will give everyone the opportunity to explain your vote. Let's go with the motion starter. The second will include everybody else.
Yeah. So, Mayor, I want to first thank Adam and his team for coming and bringing a project. I think I was very clear tonight on what my expectation is and what seemingly still needs to be more work done. I think the project coming forth is a little bit immature at this point. But I want to just say I do not oppose progress, but I must tell you tonight that about this particular data center, as I consider this proposal, I always ask myself 3 questions, which is this smart? Is this people first? Is this voter approved? Probably the word I would not like to hear from a person looking to approve this is that my voters are emotional. I think that's insulting. And tonight I'm standing on business because I'm emotional. And I'm going to stand with my voters. And the Price Corridor is supposed to be a place of innovation, research, and high quality jobs, not a row of concrete boxes humming day in and night with almost no long-term employment. That's not smart growth to me. That's a step backwards. Putting people first means protecting our residents' peace, health, and quality of life. Families in Chandler are already stretched thin, facing higher rents, rising grocery bills, and growing household expenses. The last thing they need is a project that strains our power grid and also adds noise and gives little back to the community. And maybe I'll strike noise because it's relative after hearing the testimony today. And finally, Chandler voters made their vision very clear in the general plan. The general plan is laid out every 10 years, and the voters vote on that. This case is a rezoning. That means we're going back to the voters to ask them to change what we already said we want it to be. So there's that indication. They want The voters want the corridor to be reserved for high value, knowledge based jobs. Approving this project will break that promise to our voters that they've already voted for. Every decision council makes affects our residents' lives. It impacts their quality of life, the bills they pay, and missed opportunities for better, smarter projects that provide future employment for children and being raised. As you already heard, our students are looking to stay in Chandler after they finish their education and they need somewhere to go, and not 30 to 50 jobs, but thousands of jobs. The promise of one-time construction jobs is limited sales tax revenue and cannot outweigh the long-term erosion of our residents' quality of life. And I think that's what's being missed in this case right now is their quality of life. Some things are bigger than dollars, and that's where corporations lose most of the time because they make it about those dollars, and it needs to be about people, and especially when you're coming into this type of space. Chandler's success has been built on one vision: planning and people's first leadership. And if we want to stay on that course, we must hold the line on the general plan, preserve the price corridor for uses that strengthen and not weaken our community, and let's stay true to what makes Chandler strong: people first leadership, smart growth, and respect for our plans our voters already approved. That's why I cannot support this project currently in this form. And Chandler deserves better. And our residents deserve peace, prosperity, and counsel to stand with them. And I would just tell you, if you come to council, you come to the city of Chandler, don't insult us. Because what you find out is we will come together stronger than ever before. I will allow the council to come and apologize to the people of Chandler for insulting them by calling them emotional. But I definitely want this to be said on the record. We are not emotional. We're strategic. We're smart. And we've done this before, and we've been here before. So let us stick to what we've already said yes to, and then let's move forward from there. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Orlando.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank everyone for being civil. As I go through, I've been on this council since 1990 on and off. And I can tell you that many communities right now are suffering from hyper-partisanship and some activities that are just driving audiences crazy. Mayor did a great job in keeping this meeting to what should be done. Focus on the issue. So I thank you for being civil, professional, and courteous. So thank you for that. So, as I indicated earlier, I truly believe that the developer and the city did an outstanding job in putting this agreement together. Now, we could argue too much water, too little water, enough electricity, little electricity. And we could argue that it's such an ironclad agreement that they actually got concessions to pay property tax, which someone earlier said it was usurped by the legislators that cities can't get properties tax, nor can they get the sales tax, which is multi-million dollars, as we all know, which would kind of counterbalance a little bit of what's going on in the industry. I'll take you back a little bit. As I indicated before, I came from the high-tech industry. I embraced new technologies. I wanted to see this work. I heard very clearly that this would be an AI campus. It would be the start of a building block where we would get these R&D research companies that come here, and then hopefully their product then will be put along Price Road corridor for the start manufacturing. It makes sense. It made so much sense. But my business background kept saying to the back of my mind, where's the customer? Who's paying for this $2-point-something billion infrastructure? If I went to my boss and said, boss, I got a great idea. If you build this, they will come. That'd be the last conversation I have with my boss. Okay? And I kept this argument going. And in all fairness, the applicant tried to answer that question. And I said, look, give me an NDA. give me a memorandum of understanding. I even asked them to go to Intel, which is right next door, to see if they needed this AI technology. They came back, no, they don't need it. So that quite got frustrated on me, because here I am trying to be a business case scenario here to drive revenue, to drive future jobs, as all in this office, in this room kept saying. And I kept getting a negative. Didn't get any good answers. That's why I'm against this. I just can't get over a field of dreams scenario where if you build it, you hope someone would come. And I really wanted to vote yes tonight. I really wanted to see this go. But without that clear answer of a 6-year gap before you start paying that mortgage, before you start paying those investors, it just was too much for me to take. Thank you, Mayor.
Other council members?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Mayor, I would like to start from this end and then.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
I'm strong over here. I mean, truly, I've been here for 39 years in Chandler. I've raised my family here. My husband came here because of Intel. He came here to help open the first Intel plant. You heard me say that over and over again. So I know technology. Technology fed me and make me the woman that I am today. I have a Bachelor in Science and Nursing, and currently I'm at Walden University getting an NP in Psych. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not staying behind technology here in Chandler. We're going to move forward with technology. Now, how do we do that responsibly? That's the question tonight. I heard a lot here from people that don't even live here in Chandler. They live in Tempe and other places, all the way from Tucson. They came here. This is Chandler's issue. This is Chandler's business that we are taking care of tonight. Although I appreciate all this applause, but tonight, I want you to know when all these people go back home, we here in the city of Chandler will have to deal with this. My goal here today when I came was to listen. And for the last, a year and a half or so, we've been hearing about this project to the point where Senator Sinema came here and sat down with us. And the first thing out of my mouth, and she knows it, I have plenty of balls just like her. And I told her point blank, what's in it for Chandler? And if you can't show me what's in it for Chandler, then we are not having a conversation. We kept sending our staff over and over again back to the table to look into this project. We brought you truly a development contract that is solid. Micah has worked his butt off to put this contract together. And what you are telling me tonight is that you don't want it. And the only reason why you're saying you don't want it is because others have said that the water, the noise. May I please finish? May I please finish to talk? Because I sat here for the last 4 hours and listened to every single one of you. Thank you very much. I respected you and I expect the same. Because you heard others say that the noise issue, the water issue, the traffic issues and all these things. And we sent our staff back to get all that information for you. And I told the applicant very clearly that they needed to come here tonight and make their own case because I will not make a case for them. This morning, as I woke up this morning after praying about this, I didn't lose any sleep over it because I'm not about to do that. After praying over it, I received numerous calls from my constituents, from Congress all the way down, people letting me know how they felt about this project. And I just sat here listening to every single one of you guys. Yes, I'm going to say no to this project tonight. But the fact of the matter is, I want every single one of you to remember this. Those of you who are asking for affordable housing, for food banks, for more communities, please show up when it's time for those things. Please show up, because we do have 14 sites that needs to be developed here for affordable housing. And the same one of you who are here tonight, you're gonna come and tell me you don't want them either. Remember that night. Remember tonight. I'm not lecturing everybody because I have been lectured already. But what I want you to know, the fact of the matter is, in this moment, right now, we are saying no to this. But think about the future also. Responsibly, we're going to continue to do this because AI is not going away. It's not going to go away. And the city of Chandler, we better keep our ears to the ground, and we better get boots on the ground, because if we don't move forward, we're going to be left behind. I'm imploring you tonight to understand that this council, we always do our best to listen to our constituents. But has our constituent always be right? I don't know. But you always have a voice in this room. You will always be heard in this room. And so the fact of the matter is tonight, this is what's happening right here. We have heard you. I have heard you. And I'm listening. This is not politics. This is just plain me talking, letting you know that I will do my best to continue to listen. And please show up when the time is right. Thank you.
Other council members before we vote? Councilmember Encinas.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I want to thank every single one of our Chandler residents for being here today. I want to thank our neighboring residents from other cities for being here and taking your time to engage with us and share your input on tonight's action item. I also want to thank Adam and Jeff and our whole staff for working on this and being able to answer and clarify any and all of our questions here tonight. And because it is very late, I know we have to get home to our families and stuff, I'm going to keep my comments very quick and easy here. For any proposed item, whether it's big or small here, I weigh the long-term benefits, the potential economic opportunities, and the overall impact here in our city. I support exploring forward-looking industries and opportunities that position our city for the future. They must also be right-fitted for our neighborhoods, our infrastructure, and the vision. And that vision was strengthened under our previous council in 2022 regarding data center restrictions. And at this time, my consideration encompasses that direction, the lack of infrastructure demands, the lack of utility commitments, and future employment here in our city. So I do just want to say that, and for all of us to keep in mind, as AI and technology continues to advance, I encourage us all, including our local government, our residents, developers, and businesses, to stay informed, engaged, and open as we continue to shape the next chapter of Chandler's life. So thank you all so much for being here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Poston.
So I didn't come with maybe eloquent comments to end. I just tried to come tonight with an open mind. I do want to say thank you to both the applicant and our city staff for answering endless numbers of questions from me and I'm sure my fellow council members tonight about this project. What I've really just been trying to weigh is what's best for Chandler. That's really what's most important tonight. I have to say thank you to all the residents for coming out and sharing your thoughts. Sometimes we don't know if it's people from out of town or our own local residents. And you, the people who live here in Chandler, are really the most important constituents that we have. Whether the development is good or bad or otherwise, you're here for the long haul, and so are we. So I was really just trying to learn and weigh and listen, and I didn't want to turn down the potential for future innovation and future projects because of some of the issues that I was hearing. But I was really just trying to weigh the pros and cons. And for me, the cons outweigh the pros tonight. So I will be voting no on the project.
Thank you. All right, my position. This is actually fun to me tonight. I mean, I heard Dr. Seuss and The Simpsons. I don't know if that's ever happened at a council meeting before, but tonight is the culmination of months and months of conversations, of inquiries and deliberations. We've received a lot of emails and communications. I think my number says 256 against and 10 for this particular data center. We've heard from staff tonight, our applicant and our speakers. Local and national news has reported, dissected, and to some degree weighed into whether AI data centers should be here in Chandler. I do want to commend you, Adam, and Jeff Ziegler, and even Kirsten Sinema for not just presenting, but being willing to tweak this thing to try to get us to a point where we could come and say, this could work in Chandler. And to Micah Miranda, you have worked exceptionally hard to get put together this DA. You've addressed, and to the same with Adam and Jeff and others, you guys have addressed several of my concerns related to water, a plan for power, assurances of additional building and employment. And Jeff, a few days ago, I know Jeff's not here anymore, but you sent me a lot of material on latency and provided me for information on innovation clusters. These are questions I've been asking for 6-8 months now. I have read on this. I'm an armchair expert, I guess you could say, which means I'm not. But I have asked just about anybody I could find in the areas of AI and addressing latency and learning about latency, proximity, edge computing strategies, AI inference. But with all that, I'm still not convinced that this is the right site. I don't believe that it best serves us. I don't believe that, and it's not against this. Earlier this week, on Monday, Amazon had a data center on Mesa that was approved, stayed on consent. Not a single person came and complained. Florence has recently approved a data center and can't wait to get it out of the ground. Buckeye is working hard to get data centers out because they don't have an ecosystem that's already built, and they're hoping that this will jumpstart a lot of good things. Eloy, Marana are cities that are looking for data centers. And clearly there is money in this industry that could be invested in communities that say this is right for our cities, for our communities, and will prop up their own business starts and what they're hoping for. This site is not zoned for a data center. I and council and previous councils for 10 years have worked hard to try to define what price corridor was, what it is, what it will be. And we decided as part of that, the data centers weren't part of that picture. So that's why we are here tonight. It didn't just happen, like several others that have cropped up on the corridor. Big, almost jobless buildings that are important and desired in other locations don't fit what we've been designing and crafting and looking for in Price Corridor. And for me to allow this and to vote yes tonight would break faith with every business person that has tried to put a data center in places where it's not, and we've said no to. And it'll be the same. How do I tell someone tomorrow that that data center doesn't fit because it's not part of our general plan and what I and other councils have decided if I would say yes to this? So it's no surprise to Adam, but I'm going to be saying no to this because it doesn't fit on our corridor. I want to thank all of you for coming. It's been refreshing having so many speakers, even though the lateness of the hour. So with that, council, please vote.
Mayor, can you just make sure you clarify the what we're just verify, just so that way all the council.
We're voting yes to deny this.
That's correct. And that's all.
I was gonna say.
No, can you reset them?
Or can you do a roll call vote?
What do you need to do, Dana?
Try again.
All right. So you're voting yes to deny 37 and 38.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right.
Please, please,
All right.
please,
Next
please.
on our agenda, we do have unscheduled public appearances, and there are some people that have waited a very long time. Jenny Vitale, give you 3 minutes. This is unscheduled, therefore we cannot engage, but you're welcome to say, and staff will follow up. State your name and place of city.
My name is Jenny Vitale, and I reside in Chandler. This is going to be very anticlimactic to what we just went through, but two things of importance here. There's something goofy going on in the Public Works Department. You guys spent a giggle's worth of money in early spring complying with the leaded pipe compliance schedule, making sure that the older neighborhoods did that. Something happened, and you hired the same company to come back through our neighborhoods and do the exact same thing again in October. So I don't know where the miscommunication was, and I don't know why we're doing the same thing twice, but you spent a lot of tax dollars doing it the first time, and you just spent a giggle's worth of money doing it again this fall. So maybe check in what's going on in the Public Works Department. Item number 2, we've got a $4.5 million, guys, we've got a $4.5 million WIFA grant to take the grass out of retention basins and desertscape them or replace them with rocks and appropriate planting. It's a great idea, but the whole thing has been boondoggled from start to finish. You've got a poor landscaping design that uses the wrong plants, the wrong densities, the wrong trees, and the wrong planting locations. And because of all the rain that we've had September, October, and November, the company that you hired, ELS, has gotten their equipment stuck in the retention basins multiple times. They tried to build scuppers around the inlets to try and prevent the water from getting into them. The dry wells are shot. I have been trying to work with staff. Dan, I don't remember his last name, that's in charge of the project. I've also worked with the deputy director or deputy city manager, I think Jeremy, if I'm not mistaken. I offered a solution. Those retention basins don't drain. The water sits in them for 14 days before it finally empties out, not the 36 hours required. I offered pro bono to provide them with a design for a French drain to replace the failing dry wells. New dry wells are going to cost you 20 to 30 grand a pop, and each of those retention basins are going to take at least 2 dry wells to take care of the water and get those things to drain properly. I offered a French drain design that will work equally as effectively, and I can't get your engineer to get off stuck. I can't get your deputy director to get off stuck. They can't grasp the concept and responsibly use our tax dollars and solve a problem of retention basins not draining. I have pictures, guys, of your product sitting in full retention basins. Our basin has already lost over 30% of the plants that were planted only 2.5 months ago. Who's replacing that product? Who's going to pay to have everything replanted? You guys give me a violation every year for the cactus that sits in my driveway, the cactus that I salvage from sites being developed in Maricopa County and Pinal County. Those cactus are available to you to use. You could have come to me and said, can you replant those basins for free with desertscape, with complete zero scaping? Treeland Nursery, the guy that owns it, lives across the street from me. Larry would have given you all of the product for wholesale price, but instead you paid retail price through a landscaper that has done an abysmal job, an abysmal failure.
Thank you, Jenny.
No. What are you going to do to correct the problem? Because we got a real problem on our hands, guys. You've wasted $4.5 million, and it's going to take
Thank you,
probably
Jenny.
another $500,000 to fix the problem.
Yeah.
City manager?
City manager, please make sure that her concerns are addressed.
Mayor and council will be talking about this tomorrow morning.
All right, thank you.
Call me. I'll
Our last speaker card is Noah James again. Please come up, state your name and city, and you have up to 3 minutes to share. We cannot engage with you, but staff does here, and so do we.
Aloha, Mayor, and to the rest of the City Council. I would like to talk a lot about Mormons here. And they're not in the Bible, so please stop building these here in Chandler. And did you know Catholics had a history of Nazism? So I kindly ask you to stop building these churches here in Chandler, Arizona. Also, did you know not far away from here, there's Japanese concentration camps here? We need more history about this and talk more about this. Another thing, I'm very thankful that you guys are bringing China stuff here, Chinese things here. And Donald Trump, again, you said that you could stop China, but they are here to stay now in Arizona. So mahalo and thank you very much for my time tonight.
Thank you. All right. Council, we're at the point of current events. I would like to share a couple. This Saturday,
Item 39.
what did I miss?
Informational for contracts and agreements for administrative to approve for
No,
was that
that's,
sorry?
That was in consent.
yeah, we're good. This Saturday, the Exchange Club and volunteers from across the East Valley will gather for the annual Wreaths Across America at Valley of the Sun Cemetery in South Chandler. This event pays tribute to those who have served our country, with volunteers placing wreaths adorned with red bows on the graves of veterans in cemeteries across the U.S. And there are opportunities, if anyone would like to join us to gather at Valley of the Sun Cemetery, please consider joining us this Saturday, 9 a.m., Valley of the Sun Cemetery. Secondly, I do want to say happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Blessed Kwanzaa to those who celebrate, and happy holidays to everyone enjoying this special time. As we look forward to the new year, I hope it brings each and every one of you, us, health, happiness, and plenty of opportunities for our city to come together. So for Mayor and Council, for all of us at City Hall, thank you for being part of our amazing community. Councilmember Encinas.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share a bit of my visit last week in Washington, D.C. I was representing our city of Chandler here with the Victory Institute Conference, which is LGBT elected officials and young professionals across the country that convene together to talk about the priorities of the local communities. I was able to take some time to meet with our Representative Congressman Greg Stanton to discuss Chandler needs and thank him and his office for the work in securing federal funding for our infrastructure projects here in Chandler. So big thank you to Greg Stanton and his office. And at that same conference, I had the honor of meeting former President Joe Biden. I shared with him that I was a council member from the city of Chandler, and he was very gracious in sharing his beginnings as a council member and how Intel is home to Chandler. It was inspiring to meet the president and learn more about his lifelong work in public service. So it was a great conference overall. And I just wanted to say, everybody here in Chandler, to have a very Merry Christmas. And I want to thank my council and staff for a wonderful 2025. And I look forward to a great 2026 with you all. So thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you. Councilmember Poston.
I just want to say thank you for everyone for sticking with us tonight. And I wish you joy and peace with your families over the next month.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Merry Christmas to everyone. May the joy of this season stay with you. And may you continue to remember, gratitude can go a long way. May you continually be grateful for this life that God has given you and through his son, Jesus Christ, as we celebrate his birth in this season. And those who don't celebrate, may you continue to celebrate however you celebrate. We appreciate you all here in the city of Chandler. God bless you all. Good night.
Councilmember Orlando.
Happy holidays, everyone. Looking forward to the family coming in the next week and enjoying a good time.
All right.
And by the way, one last thing, Mayor. Didn't this meeting remind you of old times?
This is the longest meeting of my 7-year tenure as mayor.
Even when the lights went out. Remember
That's
that?
right. Councilmember Harris.
Council.
Good night. Good night. Good night.
Councilmember Orlando has been around since Moses, okay? So I don't recall. My nights have been very young, Councilmember.
1 hour.
I'll hold that.
You
one.
hold it? Okay, all right, good. I can pick with him because he's a fellow veteran and he know we have to mess with each other. But I'm truly grateful to have my beautiful wife here who decided to hang out with me. And you know, she likes checking on me, and I love to know where she's at too. So I'm really happy to have her in eyesight. You know, the best view of the night. I'm gonna tell you that now. No, but happy holidays to everyone. You know, we're glad that the engagement happened, and we're glad that constituents are coming out and getting involved. That's what this is all about. Whether you're for or opposed, council have always been here to listen to your needs. So I encourage our residents, I encourage this involvement, and I appreciate what you said, Vice Mayor. Even on other issues, we need to have full engagement because that's really how we get the work done. You know, so we appreciate you, love you. Thank you so much for coming out tonight.
Councilmember Hawkins.
Okay. For those of you that are still paying attention, if you happen to miss the Parade of Lights last weekend, don't worry, there's still plenty of holiday activities to enjoy the rest of the season. Our Chandler for the Holidays campaign has begun, and there's something still in store for everyone. So there's a few special events that are around the corner that I just wanted to highlight for everyone. We have free family photos with Santa at Santa's house. It's in downtown Chandler on the 13th through the 20th, and it's going to be from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And then you can join us here at City Hall for the Roads to Riches Holiday Car Show and Market also, which is December 13th, this Saturday at 11 to 4 p.m. It should be a lot of fun. And there's still plenty to do here in Chandler for the holidays. And so if you're interested, go ahead and check out chandleraz.gov/Chandler for the holidays. Get your friends, family, get involved, and stay safe. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
City Manager.
At Mayor Harkey's house.
Mayor and Council, I just wanted to say Merry Christmas to all and to all a good night.
That concludes